So the first thing is not to, when you start getting into this information, do not get caught up in the race game. Do not get caught up in the color game. do not get caught up in that self-righteousness because we've been injured at this time. Oh, they're dirty and we're good type thing. Don't get caught up there. You have to start breaking these things down in their component parts and then reassembling them and understanding what you're dealing with. Moors gave up their birthright when they started accepting Negro, black, colored, and following after the idol gods of Europe that they knew little of, gave up their culture, gave up their birthright, fell into servitude, been transacting business in alien names for quite a few generations, thinking that they're secured, discovering that they're not, and now they're pissed. If you get the point. You understand?
Stupid white people follow right behind.
No, the deal is that we're white people. See, this is the deal.
They followed right behind them.
Now, this is the deal. This is the trap.
Yep.
And this is the same thing I told to Emily Ford about 8 or 9 years ago. She came to the round table. When she was talking about issues that were happening with the free men, with the Europeans, which are a lot of times different principles that will stand for, colorable government will compare us with a lot of these principles and will imply that we're separatists and all that kind of crap, which is totally a lie. The fact of the matter is that they're criminals and we're standing for the law. What we need to be clear is that's what the position is. The people must be very clear. Don't assume because they have the seats that they're the law and you're trying to ask them for recognition. Understand that you're the law and you're telling them what the position is. They know that the public is dumb and they're using color of law to usurp the law and stand on that. In other words, they're holding a colorable posture knowingly, but are confident that the masses of the public don't know and are using public policy. Do you understand? To operate on. And what we need to always be thinking about is that's where they are. And they haven't even changed the game because they haven't recognized a need to. Do you understand what I'm saying? What happens is that people who become conscious, and this is what I told Emily Ford a few years ago, about 8 years ago, something like 8, 9 maybe, when she came to the round table. And she came to the round table, she said, can I come to the round table? Is that all right? I said, round table's open. And she was telling me about the problems different problems they were having with the different freemen's group and why they burnt stuff and all that kind of stuff. And I said, well, look, our principles are the same, but the status is different. I said, now, and this is the problem that like Europeans have. When they took out of the Whiggamore party, took on the white caste, do you understand? And then start calling themselves white people. They gave up their birthright. Do you understand? So what happens is, when the Tories discover that they no longer have allegiance to the Whigs party, do you understand? And then start trying to go back to the Republican form of government that the Moors and the Europeans set up, which would undermine the Inquisitionists, they will kill them and burn them. And burn the evidence. Do you understand?
Yes, I do. I'm shocked that you understand.
Oh, I'm telling you why. Because when a European starts talking to issues of sovereignty, they must understand that the only way that Europeans have a right of authority in our land is through constitutional Republican form of government only to all the several states. Outside of that, they're only resident aliens. And since they agreed to be white people, which took them out of the constitutional fold of government, which made them enemies to the United States Republic, which has been veiled over. It ain't disappeared, it's been veiled over with this corporate conspiracy. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, so unconscious to many of the European sons, they're trying to get back to the Republic and not tell the Asiatics the truth about themselves. No different than the problem that the U.S. is having with the Yiddish that are in Palestine, that are calling themselves Jews, who threaten them to tell us the real deal. And they got to give them anything they want. They can have spies in the government. They can mess with the White House's old lady, girlfriend, and they'll give them $1 billion tomorrow if they ask for it.
That's right.
You understand? I'm serious.
I know you are. You're right.
And you know why? Because they know we're the Jews. I'm just giving you little keys. I'm giving you little keys.
Let me take it to you. If nothing else, we've learned in our
even down to this day, or up to this very current modern moment, it comes down to the blood. Even still to this day, right? Families and genealogies, classes and groups of people, right? The established hierarchy, authoritative shit. But aside from that, even the people in control ain't in control. And that's what it is that I can see, and that's being shown to us. For the most part, you kind of gotta work your angles. You kind of gotta, utilize advantages, basically. One thing that for sure no one is in control of, unless there are some people in control of this, is when you're born and where you're born. That's something that the cosmos control. Okay? The very Orishas in themselves control. That's Ajala who makes your head controls this. Olodumare is the one who controls where you're born and when. And even you, your very Ori, which is incarnated man, which is caravanned into the shell of your physical body and present before you're born as well as afterwards and during. It's still conscious. It's still its own being in order to accept what Olodumare decides for your lifetime, or for your lifetimes, your life experiences here on Earth. Right? Now, your Ori is made from what? Same thing Obatala is made from. Same thing Olodumare is made from. Orun Salab is made from. Ajala himself is made from. Right? It's all Ori to begin with. The origin. Yes, they say souls are incarnated or reincarnated. What first souls were incarnated, and what has been happening with these souls? It's the story, cuz. It's the story, cuz. It either exists or it doesn't, and if it does, that has stipulations and implications, and if it doesn't, it also has stipulations and implications. What implications are there if it does not exist, or rather it's that every soul is unique in itself? That means that either destiny exists or it doesn't. Also, right, that's the two sides of it, reincarnation and destiny. Because see, that's the explanation that you will receive for the entire reason, or the meaning, or the purpose of reincarnation is so as to collect as well as be realized a person's destiny throughout whatever lifetimes, which is either achieved, accomplished, and successfully realized or not, until that cycle of reincarnation is now upgraded and extended towards advanced ascension, basically. This is the situation in whatever culture, indigenous culture that is. Because the new explanation would tell you get one life and it's eternal. And that eternal Ori or spirit consciousness is basically conditioned through the life that you are incarnated in on this earth, right? Through the choices that you make here in this particular simulation. And from those activities, you have one basic chance to make enough right or wrong choices. Now with the enough wrong ones, then eternally you will be damned. And then with enough right choices, eternally you will be liberated. Okay? And not everybody believe that you have a path out of damnation. Some say you can be damned and have another chance to choose the same and to have another chance to choose the same Yeah, that's basically the way it goes, though. It's like these are the things that really are not even considered, acknowledged as much because, of course, it can send you in circles. There's no really one stone definite acceptance or appreciation of the facts of these elements of life. What is life without being clear on exactly how it works? Enough to where, okay, you can say that can influence, at least subconsciously, the decisions that you're making, because it already is, basically. Because first of all, you're already aware of this. Your spirit knows this, but have you connected with that all-knowing, with that knowingness within your spirit? What that take is going to take you staying true to yourself. It's going to take you going through all of the different routes that you've taken and completing those routes. They're either going to lead to a dead end or they're going to lead to an area that's no longer routed. Right now, you can explore that area. It's going to have however many sort of limits or conditions in that area. Right? If you was on that path at whatever point and you never finished the path, right? Because there's always detours in life. Sometimes detours become main directions, and you never make it back to what even led you to that. And so it's harder to understand the full dynamics of what all is involved or what it is where you end up finding yourself in life. And that's where a lot of people, being that we are sharing this confusion, will even subconsciously confirm that for your ass. Past this life experience. Why? Because of course your spirit is eternal. Right? And they spirit even realize that, even if it's subconscious, they've, outwardly or knowingly accepted it or not. Or acting on the fact that they've knowingly or not knowingly accepted it to the fullest capacity. Why? Because that all take time, right? And with this whole creation of material time, that's put more of a constraint. It's put more of a complex on the confusion cycle, right? Because like I just said, or like I got on here to say, next to also about how the control system, those in control ain't even necessarily in control, they're just in position. Those in control ain't even necessarily in control. Control in itself is a mechanism of confusion. Okay? Now, there is no evil, right? What is evil? What the fuck is evil? Evil is confusion. There's no evil outside of confusion / ignorance, not to know, or not to realize that you know, or not to even apply what you're learning is what not to know is, because there's not anything that you do not know. Knowledge in itself is only the acknowledgement of said conditions surrounding whatever consideration, basically. It's like, what is the application of whatever said information or facts for the moment or otherwise, like the facts of life. Like what we were just discussing about destiny and reincarnation apply to have a very broad application. Something like the color of a car, which is knowledge to a certain extent, is temporary, because that's something that can change. That is conditional. You understand? Right? Even the very classification of the color that it is can change while it's still painted that color, let alone that it can be painted any color at any given moment. Yeah, that was red yesterday, but shit, legally and nationally, we changed the color, or we changed the name of the color red to whatever it is, to hot sauce. The official name for red is now hot sauce because somebody did something amazing, and we will forever remember them by calling red hot sauce now. Now, when I was a young man, the color red was red. You youngins today calling red hot sauce. Yeah, that's what, in that generation, nigga, 20 generations down the line, ain't nobody don't even realize that the color hot sauce used to be called red. Now, the very knowledge of the fact that red was hot sauce or hot sauce was red, and that is the color, is relative, but it also has its element of irrelevance to it. Now, the fact of destiny and reincarnation, it can be seen as irrelevant, but that doesn't change the very relativeness as well as relevance of it that already exists, whether it is that it is you're going to activate, utilize, and appreciate and respect that relevance or not. Now, what is it that you're attaching that knowledge to that makes it whatever degree of irrelevant or not has its own conditions? And it all comes down to what it is that you are focused on, right? That what it is, how it is that you're applying your energy, that you're retributing the energies in your life.
So the behavior's not magically suddenly going to just change. The thoughts and emotions have to change because they're the driving force behind the behavior. That's when reality will change. See, people don't want to hear that, once again. They don't want to hear, if you want to change reality, you, yourself, have to change the way you think. Because the way you think is not conducive to the requirements for getting what you say you want. They're doing the exact opposite of that in many cases. So that's the principle of mentalism. The principle of correspondence states that that which is above is similar or like to that which is below. So what this means is that which is below, and that which is below is like to that which is above. It's a mirror, okay? The above is like the below is like the above, all right? The above, in this case, is the macrocosm, okay? The laws of the very large things, okay? The laws that govern the creation which we consider is seemingly outside of ourselves. We know at the deepest level that it's not, that we're one with it, but, we perceive this as out here, the laws that govern the large aspects of things. So the macrocosm, or the very large, the totality of everything, and the microcosm, which is the very small, or the individuated units that comprise the whole in their aggregate, okay? They are reflections of each other. They cannot be separated from each other. As one goes, the other goes. The universe is actually a holographic system. A hologram is an image, okay? You pass a laser through it and then projects a 3D image, okay? It's like a flat image and it projects a three-dimensional image. But the aspect, why they call it a holo, like holistic, hologram, holistic image, is if you break a hologram into multiple components by cutting it. So if I take a hologram and I cut it in 4 pieces, you don't have a quarter of the image on one part of the hologram and a quarter on the other and a quarter on the third and a quarter on the fourth. You have 4 whole images that only lose their resolution by a quarter. Okay? So everything is contained in all the smaller parts. Okay? That's like the reality that we're living in. Our universe is a holographic one. So the universe is inside the individual. And the entire universe is like an individual. They're reflections of each other. To know the workings of the individual will help lead us to an understanding of the macrocosmic laws. Similarly, to learn the macrocosmic laws will help us to learn the way that consciousness within the individual functions. These two things cannot be separated from each other. And once again, as I said near the beginning, that's what occulted knowledge is. The knowledge of the occult is how the microcosmic world works, which is the individuated consciousness, and how the macrocosmic world works, which is natural law. So the other part of the principle of correspondence is that our reality is also fractal in nature. Now, if you studied fractals, these are self-similar mathematical generated patterns. Okay? We see this through things like Fibonacci sequence in mathematics, and this is repeated endlessly throughout nature. Okay, so you look at the structure of the atom, and it's similar to the structure of the solar system, which is similar to the structure of the galaxy. They work the same way. They look the same. You pull back enough, you'll keep seeing the same pattern repeat. The principle of vibration simply states that there is no such thing as rest, as dead or non-motion. Okay? Death, in that sense, is an illusion, because true death would be the cessation of all motion and energy. There is no such thing. It doesn't exist. You cannot go anywhere in creation where something is at complete rest. Everything moves, everything vibrates, and at the most fundamental level, the universe and every single thing which comprises it is ultimately pure vibratory energy that is manifesting itself in different ways, different frequencies, different vibratory forms. The universe has no true solidity as such, as we imagine solidity at the macrocosmic level. Matter is merely energy in a state of vibration. And what this is, if we truly understand this, and many sciences are now finally really understanding this and trying to propagate this knowledge out into the public, we will come to the understanding that this is a spiritual construct for experience to be gained, to have an experience and learn and grow in consciousness. That's what the purpose of this whole thing is for. Nothing is truly solid. You know, it's again, like we say, we are spirit having a human experience. The whole universe is spiritual, having a experience in solidity. All right? That's how you have to look at the principle of vibration. The principle of polarity states that everything has a dual nature to it. There are polarities in everything that exists. Okay? Everything has poles. Everything has its pair of opposites. However, opposites, they are identical in nature, but they're different in degree. So let me give you an example of what that means. Are hot and cold really opposites? Or can we simply look at them as the presence of heat energy or the absence of heat energy? Meaning that they're the same thing, energy. And whether it's concentrated in a specific area, which would make it hot, or whether it's absent from a specific area, which would make it cold. Okay? That's what hot and cold are at the fundamental level. At our level of perception, they're opposites, but at the fundamental level, they're the same thing, energy or lack thereof. Just like those 3 stages of the trivium. Are knowledge and ignorance the same thing? Yeah, actually they are. Because truth is always present. It's a matter of whether it's taken in and processed, or whether it's refused to be taken in and it's not processed. Extremes can meet and blend and, play with each other, like as depicted in the yin-yang symbol, masculine and feminine. They need to be blended. And at some level of reality, everything that is seemingly contradictory may be reconciled. Now again, I stress the term at some level. At the unified field level, everything is consciousness, pure consciousness. Let's look at the principle of rhythm.
That's the whole point. This life is a trial, is a experience, is a process of realization, of becoming, of advancement in every way. It's called growth. You know what I mean? You start as one thing, but you end up as many things. But all the things are the same in that they're equally contrasting each other. Otherwise, you're seeing it incorrectly. They're equally complementing each other. Yes? Meaning what? The color red becoming hot sauce, it's still 6 other colors, and that doesn't change. Now, what is he calling the 6 other colors? Are they still the same names? Well, that means that it's always going to be recognizable. It's always going to be uncoverable. It's always going to resonate with that energy of what red was, right? Because anything that is anything will always be, even if it's something else at another time. What was always is, and that it was at all is the point, is what I'm saying. Yes. So how many people have said the word red? How many people have thought of the word red? You know what I'm saying? And what did those thoughts and what did those sounds, how powerful was those sounds? How sincere were they? how much life and love and intention and clarity was involved with the instances that energy, whether it's a thought or sound, was connected to and represented. Because it's going to take that much in comparison for this new, for whatever it is we start to determine now. Now, what is the whole reason for the change of the term? If that's not genuine enough, right, natural enough in itself, then it's probably never going to match up, right? Where the fuck the word red come from to begin with? You know what I mean? Is another factor. You dig what I'm saying? You got rojo, yes, whatever else it's called. It's really the idea, though. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to languages and speaking out loud, though, then it's taking a whole nother. That's what it had became, is what I'm saying, right? The thought was the thought. You saw this as that compared to whatever else, right? You got blue, yellow, and red. Any color that's going to be any color is going to be a mixture of those. So even when you considering it in your mind, whether it be green, which will be a mixture of blue and yellow with the least amount of red in it for it to be green, because however much more red in it with those two colors in it is going to be more brownish. But you got army green, which has some red in it because it's got that sort of brownish look to it. Right? That's kind of like a olive color. But it's still green though. Why? Because it has the least amount of red compared to the other two colors out of the three colors that any color will have in it or not have in it, basically. Right? Because yellow don't have no red or blue in it, or it has the very least degree. But we still call it yellow. But not all of us call it yellow. Some people call it something else, but they still thinking of it the same way. Unless you go somewhere in Hungary somewhere, and yellow has more symbolic sort of references and involvements. Then when they say yellow, it's going to have a different sort of energy, sort of strength to it. Like Oshun, she represents the sweetness of femininity and honey, right? So when you think of yellow, it's automatically associated with that, especially when it is that you connect it to your history and can see Oshun in yellow dancing, right? Provocatively and seductively. Then just like that takes on another sort of iconic representation in your mind for the color, whether you say it or not. Now, when you say it, how is that clashing with the very energy that sound is representing and the tones that they have to be designated within in order to even exist, right? Because yellow has however many tones out of the 7 tones involved with it. So how does that really clash in comparison and in respects to all the lives that have lived from time immemorial to now, meaning the beginning of communication and exchange with people, whether it was verbal or not.
Communities as children growing up, and I saw it. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. A true Jew is a black Jew.
No, that's not true. You must correct.
Correct me. I'm listening.
Black is the code for a slave. Once you start taking the fiction and making it retroactive, you just again gave up your birthright.
So how
do you do it? One of the first lessons is you are not Negro, black, or colored, or Ethiopian. You are Moors.
So in other words, the true Jews were Moors.
There was Moabite Canaanite blood. And Moor is just a modern name for Moroccan or American, which is a corruption of Moroccan. And you got Moabite, Canaanite, Hittites. Mostly of Moabites, you might have had some of the Chaldeans, Abyssinian tribes were dealt with a Jew creed, but Jew is really a degree in ancient culture.
And that's the religion.
Jew is really a degree of knowledge in ancient culture, not really a bloodline, though we may be Hebrew. Do you understand? Tribal.
Yeah, not only that, they're known for education.
Our problem is that our concepts are wrong. We've allowed, once you start allowing sorcerers to control the name, because this is the key to sorcery. Once you control the name, you can put your spirit on it. You create something that was not. You name it, you put your spirit on it, then the law applies to that you regulate within that jurisdiction. Once you get someone else to agree to be in that jurisdiction or to be that which they are not, you have them. But they must do it willingly, because everything in civilization operates by covenant, by a contract. This is the reason why in any proper issues of adjudication, they ask you, do you understand? Meaning, do you agree?
I remember suggesting things to my lawyer, and, I was able to understand the legalese of everything that was happening around me and the language of deception, because that's how it feels when I'm in the courtroom. But when I think about society today, I think we lack any real process of thinking, right? We want to argue for the sake of arguing, for the sake of ego, but not for the sake of getting to the truth, right? Which I believe we waste a lot of energy that we could conserve towards solutions. When I think about people that we should look at in our time, I was studying when Tavis Smiley put together the Black Agenda for our America. And I was looking at that round table and I was like, look how many different minds can come together of different opinions, whether they from the left, right, center, up, down, whatever it may be. They sat at that table respectfully and conversed in a public forum in front of the culture, right, about what is our future. And of course that was, pre-Obama era of presidency, which I think ushered in this time where people believe things had changed, at least for a moment in time, and then lured us to sleep. Because I think about what would it have been if year after year and year after year we had one of those. We would have continued to have direction and would have gotten better, and we would have matured. And that maturation is not a process that we give ourselves grace for, because we think things have to be perfect, even though we're fighting systematic issues that have a long timeline.
Like I said, hundreds of thousands of years of civilization before just this recent 10,000 of years. Right, you go back even 10,000 of years, that's supposed to be the beginning of modern communities or whatever. But there's tens of thousands up to hundreds of thousands of years, people were referencing ideas and energies and being born on this earth as a spirit with a soul, or a soul with a spirit in a body, who perished or not, who ascended like Enoch to wherever or not, and blinked out of this dimensional experience, or perished, decayed, and returned or not returned, or whatever, for whatever reason. It's the conversation. No matter where you go, no matter how it is that you color it, it's still the conversation, right? If you accept whatever type of explanation, just understand that that's going to have stipulations as far as the reach and distance of other decisions that you're making in your life, or avoiding making in your life, or not finishing in your life. You know what I'm saying? And that has to do with, and that affects all other energies on Earth. Why? Well, for one reason, we share the same subconscious mind. That's where all imagination comes from, right? That's where all thoughts have to go through for you to even apply it to whatever that you see as effective. See as you know what I'm saying? Useful or relevant. Relevant, yes, for the most part, until, of course, if you're doing more completer thinking, because then once you get to a point of completer thinking, you're not going to even have particular thoughts, regardless of whatever inspirations. Your thoughts are going to begin even more from a level of relevance. Is it making sense to you? Well, even those in control are not in control, yo. Even those in control are not in control, yo. They just in position. The control is the confusion. Why? Well, because there's no such thing as chaos, right? Even chaos is just disordered. but there's already an order, right? So chaos in itself is what is understood or seen as disorder. But that's all based on your placement and position. Because what is disorder for one thing or one place is structured from another angle or perspective. Right now, the chaos is created in reference between those 2 points of reference. So that's how you have that. As far as people in control not being in control and crying out for us not, because they're people too at the same time. And that's one thing you can't get around until you make fucking robots, nigga. Until you make robots. Right? So that's kind of like crucial to be clear on, because exactly what you're getting involved with. I don't think anybody in their right mind would even be involved with nothing like that. It's ultra limited already. It's already not even going to be so engaging. It has a cap at its engagement, right? You got to program the very experience in itself, so you already know what you're getting out of it. So there's no discovery. There's no really sort of growth or real connection. Real connection comes from that unpredictability, right? The unexpected, you creating in the moment. Right? You already know you got a mapped out sort of this like diagram of what's possible, like what's fun and with the possible, the excitement, the invigoration, right? The engagement in itself, the inspiration comes from, the impossible, right? What you would have considered or thought about. You realizing things. What are you going to realize with something that's already designated? So realization is important, right? Because you can't deny what makes a true effect on you. And what's going to make the most meaningful impact is something that you can't change, right? But that also is something that you've never experienced, that's new, right? At the same time. Part of the new things that you can't change. So that's kind of like the complete opposite of whatever this digital sort of cyber shit. You know what I'm saying? It's customizable automatically. It's automated. So the people in control are not even in control, but even they themselves are still human, under the influence of their subconscious mind, right? Which us as humans misusing our subconscious mind because of confusion has put these energies in position to where now whatever path you take, whether you finish it or not, you're going to encounter already established resonances, basically. Right? Because that's all part of the power. That's all part of the connection of life, which is energy in itself, right? Original energy, Ori in itself, consciousness. Consciousness is energy. Energy in itself is consciousness. The same thing that you use as your imagination, your subconscious mind is what energy is. Into matter, into material existence in itself, right? And objective things, actual objects. That's energy in itself. Now, how can what you think can also be where you are? And, decisions is how. It started with decisions.
Do you believe in human rights?
What's that?
It means everyone has a right to life and a certain quality of life as a basic.
According to who?
According to the people that make decisions at the highest levels in this world.
Can I speak
Arguably
French?
the UN and then come down.
Can I speak French?
I think this platform allows French and any other language you want.
Fuck them.
I asked this in the context of there are people that make certain decisions that have certain consequences,
Fuck them.
but don't want to own the consequences. And
You know why?
you must come in and
If you're
cushion.
going to, you must understand what is a human being. Now, with the elements of spirituality come in. I'm a priest, Ning Olel. What is a decision? It's not an execution.
It's a culmination of what?
Thought, maybe.
But thought doesn't float alone.
Okay. Circumstance? I don't know.
Circumstance is symptom of an expressed thought.
Okay.
So we have not gotten there yet. Yes, thought. What else? Feelings, emotions. Now, you have thoughts, you have feelings, right? Thoughts affect the upper part of your body, from your heart to your crown, so-called chakras.
Okay.
Yay! It affects from your heart going up to your crown. Those are thoughts. Feelings start from the heart going down to your so-called root, right? A decision is based on where you vibrate as a human being. Let's take the UN and the people who are making decisions on our behalf. They're making their thoughts, their decisions based on the feelings, the lower part of the human conscious spectrum. That's why they have soldiers, military, because on the root chakra vibrations, you have your fears, your insecurities, all of those things that need you to defend yourself, to protect yourself. It's a very low animalistic vibration, right? But on the opposite side, you have, I don't want to say Dalai Lama because nabo labantu laba ba famous be spirituality nabo. They're just posing agents, you know? But on the spiritual side of things, you get a person who's based on thought. Now, thought is categorized into three aspects: forethought, thought, and afterthought. Before you think, while you think, and after you think. And all three of those put together are the thought process. Now, it means you are looking, it's circumventive thinking. You are looking at the decision as it comes, you are looking as it happens, and you are looking as it's going to happen. Past, present, and future. You are looking at everything from a complete perspective. Now, people who make decisions like that won't put a soldier to come and say no to you who is trying to get food. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
You are trying to get food. I send a soldier to come with you with a gun. That's a low vibration. That's not a solution. Because now what you are going to do is you're going to find a way to make bulletproof for yourself. You're going to find a way to arm yourself now so that you can protect yourself from the person who's stopping you from getting food. Now we have a war. But if I was thinking using the higher faculties of my brain, I would have sent someone with a plan to generate food for you. Right? There was a clip lana by labang tumela ku WhatsApp of some politician. You don't give a man the fish, and he was trying to say that. But basically what he was trying to say is, if a man says I'm hungry, don't give him a fish. Give him a fishing rod and teach him how to fish.
Yeah.
So if I was using the higher faculties, I would have taken somebody and said, oh, this man's hungry. Lalelage. Simple thing. Soweto. Masingate Soweto. I don't know Soweto that much. But ilogish esiyaziyo. Just logish. Any logish. One block. Right? Plus minus how many houses in one block? Ekas. How many families there?
I don't know. 10. 20 more.
More.
Depends on how big the block is.
It depends on how big the block is. Let's say ilama block city deep kloof yonke.
Okay, that's
how
a
many
lot.
people in Deep Kloof?
Maybe 500 families. Yeah, I don't know how big Deep Kloof is.
Yeah, let's say 500 families.
Sure.
A rough number. So these 500 families, employment rate in Janlap.
Deep Kloof is a bad example. But any normal Kasi, there's high unemployment.
High unemployment. Yeah. Right. Now, the few who are employed, and high unemployment, but every household manages to get bread every day. Right?
That's correct.
If these households would each come together and put together 100 rands, 200 rands, 500 rands, each house at Deep Kloof into a collective account, right? After 2, 3 years, 5 years, how much is in that account? for the people basit Diepkloof? How many businesses can be opened for the people basit Diepkloof? How much employment can be made? No, but we're waiting for the government. And the government is busy stealing billions of rands every day. So that's never going to happen. Do you understand? If we were using the higher faculties to think, we would be looking at that possibility like the Muslims are doing, like the Jews are doing, like the Rothschilds are doing. Generating funds for ourselves, loaning it to ourselves, interest-free, and paying it back to ourselves to expand ourselves.
Sure.
We can't do that because we are forced to think on a lower vibration. That's what decisions are. Are you dying or are you ascending? It's die, ascension, decision.
Jeez.
And people are going to say, I'm crazy for this, but think think about it.
What about Qinisiso payments? They're not lying.
And
And they might be right to Yahlanya as well.
And but think about it. It's either you die or you ascend.
Decision.
That's what a decision is. And the world is in the state it is because of bad decisions.
Manje wafela kanjani umatric fethu when you're so smart and you speak such good English?
Because matric was not a priority to me.
Hardest job, I think, is thinking. Right? I don't think we have a thinking society. And if I can accomplish anything about this sit down today, is to get us thinking in the right direction. I'm not looking for agreement. I'm just looking for us to think, because I think a thinking man is a free man. A thinking woman is a free woman. And that ability to think will always allow you to have the resources, right, to gain your own freedom. So without further ado, I introduce somebody who should be in all high regards across households of Black America, but also white America, because this type of thinking challenges all of society, regardless of race. But as he says in one of his books, and it's titled Race Matters. So we're going to get into that discussion as well. And some of this may be new to you. So I want you to grab a pen. I want you to grab a pencil. But more importantly, I want you to open your mind. Let's have this high level conversation.
My brother, man, salute you.
Salute to you.
Salute you there, brother. Man, those are kind and generous words, though, man. You got a rich eloquence, you know. Cicero and Quintilian say eloquence is wisdom speaking.
Yes, sir.
Wisdom speaking. It means that something deep down in your soul is on fire. You're discontented and dissatisfied enough to muster the courage to want to seek truth, but also seek beauty and seek goodness. Then I would also say seek God. As revolutionary Christian, but everybody got their own tradition. They could seek Allah, wrestle with Buddha the way the great Bell Hooks does, or other religious traditions as well. But I'm just blessed to be here, man. I'm
blessed to have you here.
I come
yes,
to
sir.
listen. And coming from Sacramento.
Yes, sir. It's a Bay Area energy in the house.
We got an inferiority complex when it comes to the East Bay, when it comes to Oakland.
Yes, sir.
We never, ever can catch up.
It's been a black cloud for a long time.
Oakland is so rich, man, producing so many love warriors and freedom fighters and wounded healers, man. The sector, we have ours as well. My brother Clifton went to Berkeley, and so me and Dad, Mom would come see him run every week to the Bay Area.
Yes, sir.
So anytime somebody say Oakland, I say, ooh, he or she, they got a jump start in life, man. We've been trying to catch up for a long time, though.
Yeah, and I think partially of that because so much deep-rooted revolution comes out of Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
Deep-rooted. Like, even if you are passive into learning our history and knowledge, it still surrounds you.
Absolutely.
And it's in the spirit, even in the streets. So whether you are in the streets of Oakland and you far away from being interested in this, the spirit surrounds you. Yeah. Somebody in your family at some point gave you some knowledge. And that has, some shaping and forming of who you are. So, which is good because then you have foundation, which means that you may go all the way right, all the way left and gone, but you can always be turned around back to this foundation for those who haven't got lost all the way.
That's very real.
So for me coming in Oakland, that's how it felt, right? You felt as if you were an indoctrinated revolutionary.
But see, that's part of the legacy of the Black Panther Party and so many other freedom fighters, Ron Dellums and others. But I also go back to Texas and Louisiana, because so many of the black folk came out of Jim Crow, Texas, Jim Crow, Louisiana, like Huey Newton from Monroe, Louisiana. His father was pastor of Bethel Baptist Church, Reverend Walter Newton. I think Bobby Seale was from Texas. I mean, that Texas, Louisiana, a little bit of Oklahoma sometimes, zeroed in on Oakland, and Oakland was engaging in a boomtown industrialization. So you get all of that rich New World African black culture of spirituality and sense of self-respect, having to deal with the racism in sunny California, in those factories, in those workplaces. I think, for example, just that, within 3 years, Jimmy Hines from Oakland and Eddie Hart from Pittsburgh, they were the two fastest human beings in the history of the species. Now you're going to get that two black men grew up within 25 miles of each other. And the two fastest in the world. You say, dang, what's going on? And of course, that's also manifests in other ways. You got, J. Alfred Smith, the pastor of Allen Temple, right there on International Boulevard, around the Coney National Boulevard. He's my dear brother and teacher and so forth. And the ways in which he was able to galvanize so much of the rich love and courage and integrity of Oakland, especially chocolate side of Oakland. And there's so many other examples as well. And I don't ever want to suggest that either religious folk or Christians or Muslims or anybody else all have a monopoly, because we all in it together. But we do come out of a common African tradition and heritage, even given our different venues, different streams and strands within that great tradition in the modern world. And so, brother, it's just a blessing to be able to talk to a fellow philosopher, because that's who you are.
Man, I appreciate that.
Philosophia, a lover of wisdom.
Yes, sir.
A lover of wisdom. And see, the black twist on that is to connect love of wisdom to the wisdom of love. See, there's a lot of philosophers who just want to be smart and want to be clever. They ain't got nothing to do with love at all. Even Socrates himself, as crucial as he is in terms of getting people to be unsettled and unnerved and unhoused, to interrogate themselves, Socrates never cries, never sheds a tear. Now see, that's alien to the black tradition. Does anybody go through life from womb to tomb and never shed a tear, ain't never loved nobody? See, at your mama's funeral, your grandmama's hurt, betrayal of your friend, you gonna shed a tear. Ain't nothing wrong with shedding a tear. So what is it then? Well, you have to be able to think critically for yourself and get a sense of self-control. And that's Socrates, self-control and self-mastery. But nobody ever fully masters themselves in such a way that they think they're in control of everything. You see, and the reason why you shed a tear is, God, you recognize at your mama's funeral, you impotent. You can't bring her back to life. So all you got is memories. All you got is the love she put into you. Same is true when your friend betray you. You got some memories, but you got to get yourself together.
Yes, sir.
And you shed a tear, that's sorrow. And it might be a tear of joy too, because when you come back around, and lo and behold, you got reason to go far beyond your rationality, far beyond your mind. It's connected to your heart. And of course, as black folk, shoot, we are soulful people.
That gets me to an idea. I'm not sure if you caught this, but recently Terrence Howard had taken the internet by storm. Him and Eric Weinstein. So Terrence Howard had proposed all of these new scientific thoughts. So he has all of these patents in the areas of the metaverse and things of that nature that he's had for years, calling them crazy and all sorts of things. And he was challenging people, right? He was asking the scientists of the world, come together and discuss these ideas with me then. And so Eric Weinstein sat down with him, and he felt very mafia the way he sat down and talked to him. It was a little bit of belittling. But the one thing that I thought about with Terrence, number one, every idea that he talked about from mathematicians and scientists, Terrence Howard knew exactly what he was talking about. He was never left at one point in time, which lets me know he was guided fully by his interest to dive into these subjects. So he never had a linear path, right, of studying and discipline. When those traditional scientists, they have a linear path. I'm going through this discipline. I have to go through this school of thought to learn it this way from this perspective. And then this word has to mean this because it's connected to this theory. And he took more of a poetic license. This is the way I learned it. This is the way I interpret it. This is the way I use it. And out of that, he was actually able to produce some usefulness through his engineering and his patents. But something you said about, you know, how we are connected from the heart and the spirit of our mind, our gut. When we speak, we animate things, right? We speak in a very animated way. We move. That's our spirit, right? Our ability to create and breathe life into things. So when we speak, we're going to speak with some rhythm. I'm not going to say it in a dry way that you would, because you're speaking only from the mind. I'm speaking from the heart and intuitively through the gut.
Absolutely.
Right? So me giving life and breathing and animating things, I have that license to do because that's part of my spirituality, my ka, my breath. So I think that's something that they don't understand. They love it. It's entertaining to them. But twofold, it comes also with all of this empathy. As we're able to project out all of this spirit, we feel all of this spirit as well. So as we're able to animate and create, the other thing that our enemy use against us, right, is how much empathy and emotion we feel. And they understood that they can be Machiavellian in thought, shrewd and cunning in practice, and just get over on the next man for the point of profit over people, capitalism, or rulership.
That's right.
Well, we feel. And unless we discard that part of ourselves, we can't rule in such a manner.
That's
right?
True.
So I want to get, first of all, in your thoughts of how you see Machiavellianism manifest in politics through rulers.
Yeah, brother, you just laid out some very profound formulations, man, because I think you have got at so much of the heart of black culture, which always is connected to the African cultures, meaning there's a kinetic orality. There's a way of using language and stylizing space and time with an intensity. There is a passionate physicality. So you put your body in it, you put your heart, your mind, your soul, and your intellect all simultaneously. You don't separate these things. And you do that in order to touch others, because it's all about serving others, empowering others, enabling others, and trying to get others to feel better about themselves, given the catastrophe that we have to deal with every day. But then the third thing is combative spirituality. So if you got a kinetic orality, a passionate physicality, and a combative spirituality, it means you have a tenacity, a fortitude. You got an armor, and you bring all of that together to do what? People think it's just kind of narrow performance. No. It is to remind people of the greatness of a people who had to deal with overwhelming catastrophes and never allowed a catastrophe to have the last word. And then to speak to an audience so that you touch the audience. I was just looking at Kim the other night and the way in which he reaches out and touches the audience. And you think of our great performers, from James Brown to Aretha Franklin to Phyllis Hyman to the Whispers, the Dramatics. They think it's just performance. No. You touch an audience in order to authorize a different future. Now, what Machiavellian orientation is manipulation. It's dishonesty. It's deception. It's deceit tied to your ego. I mean, I was blessed to travel the country with a genius named Bootsy Collins. We wrote 2 songs together on his powerful album, Funk Capital of the World, right? When we traveled, George Clinton sometimes come with us and so forth. We always had a prayer right before we go in. You say, now, Brother West, say what you got to say, brother. I say, I'm just saying what James Brown taught y'all 40 years ago. What's that? We gonna give everything we got on that stage. We gonna empty ourselves in such a way that when we come back, we can hardly move, but we would have touched somebody so that they can leave more equipped to deal with life. See, that's how James taught them. And James didn't learn that by himself.
Yes, sir.
You go back to Barnwell, South Carolina, go back to Augusta, Georgia, and go all the way back to the slave ships and slave auctions, you see. How do you keep that kind of tradition alive? So that in that way, you see, when I say we are soulful people, you know, soul is the sharing of a soothing sweetness against the backdrop of catastrophe. So what you do and say and write and how you reflect, seek truth and beauty and goodness, you're trying to be soulful in the sense of you soothing as well as unsettling as well as empowering the folk. All simultaneously. It's like, that sounds like a Coltrane solo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, the decisions is how. It started with decisions. Right? The earth was the earth. But the first person didn't have no clothes, cuz they was butt-ass naked probably for a while, cuz they was born. They didn't think to put no clothes on themselves unless whoever gave birth to them put clothes on them, which would make sense. They don't want the child to be cold. They want the child to be warm. Yes. Now when he grew up, he probably was still used to wearing clothes as a child. But what about the first people? They say the first people was ass naked for whatever reason. Now why would they ever say that? Because they realize that when we come out, we naked, cuz. So it would have to take a decision so as to clothe yourself at some point. Whether it was your decision or who made you's decision. Now, they say the first people was ass naked. Whatever creator is either going to put clothes on you or not, or you're going to be born with fucking fur like other creatures that don't need clothes. They got fur for their habitat. If they anywhere where they would get cold, they grow fur. All right, now. Where we supposed to be at where we don't need fur at? Even a lizard does not nowhere where it would need nothing more than it has already, because a fish don't need nothing more than scales or whatever and gills, otherwise it would have it. So that was a decision at some point. To be clothed, even just to be clothed. You wasn't born, wasn't no houses, wasn't nothing but jungles. You had to go find somewhere suitable for you to be safe. Now, however long you was living, whether you was immortal or not, eventually you're going to figure out more comfortable conditions, right? More favorable circumstances or elements of your activities, right? You're going to discover a lagoon somewhere with plush places for you to rest at, as opposed to sleeping on a rock somewhere or in a cave or some shit. I don't know, whatever. Right? You might even, whatever it is, right? You might see a decaying elephant. That'll teach you, oh, look, I should be inside of a smaller dwelling and whatever else. I can be inside of an elephant or some shit. And you just build whoever built the first houses, nigga, they was building castles and temples before they made houses, cuz. Back then, nigga, when they started to build, brother, they was building pyramids, nigga. All around the world. That was sculpting big ass heads and faces. They didn't have no apartments. So those were decisions, cuz. Right? Now those decisions were either thought out or they weren't thought out. Apparently they were more thought out. They had a little bit more openness to do further thinking before these apartments and devices. Right? So hey, this is the situation. This is what they chose. But the point is, what I'm saying is, there came to where there were wrong choices being made at some point. Not all choices are right. Not all choices are wrong, though. Now, who start making wrong choices more so than they needed to? Because you make a wrong choice once, what the fuck reason you need to make it again for? That's the whole point of growth. So at the point where you have grown to, that's why you might start making immaculate ass, nigga, sacredly geometric ass structures like Angkor and all these other shits that you find across the world, right? Because you ain't making wrong choices. You made that wrong choice, nigga. Y'all fucked around and made that same wrong choice twice one time, huh? just because I can do whatever the fuck. You know? My thoughts are already relevant relative to reality. So I realize I can make the choice if I want to, but I realize that I would only want to if I shouldn't, if I wanted also to waste fucking time. Waste fucking time. And I'm not interested in wasting time more than I am. I'm not interested in discovering more than I am and evolving, right? And the next new thing to learn. And not the wrong thing to do. But we don't be knowing what the wrong thing is because, of course, we're not even involved with what the rightest thing is to do. We're starting off with the right things that are actually wrong.
Then you have now, in issues of controversy, that's the process. So the first thing that comes before any court, any lawful court, now you got colorable courts, and you can have, where you have organized criminals come together and then deny process, which is common. And one of the weaknesses that people have is that they assume that people that hold government seats are not criminals. That's your first problem. It's sort of like the same misnomer that they assume that somebody, a priesty guy, of the Bosnatzeldorf, of the God of Christ, of Jesus and Allah and all that kind of stuff, and you get all like that and figure that person's sinless and all that stuff. They're usually the dirtiest people on the planet. You understand what I'm saying? Steal your dog's food and take grandmom's lunch money without a conscience. And the only problem with you is that you keep assuming that these people have some kind of authority or some kind of morality that does not apply to them. One of the things that we have to do is no different than criminal people in government assume authority and assume jurisdiction that they do not have, so do people with titles. And so whenever someone has a title, if that title applies to any public office or any public institution, the first thing that you're to require of them is not declaring their title, but declaring their title by their actions. So therefore, you should understand fundamentally what is the designated authority of anyone in any particular office, whether DOA or is the delegation of authority order, time of their installation in that office in good behavior, what the delegated authority is, what the conditions are, when it terminates, and how it terminates. And that's all the time in government. Do you understand? Particularly in a Republican form of government, which is why we established this republic. Do you understand? Now, the Inquisitionists' job was, and what their mission was, and it came even before we made this agreement, to undermine the republic. This is the reason why the plenipotentiaries with the Moors warned the people once we finally decide to make peace and stop this silly wars that we're going over and over again, that you now have a republic if you're willing to keep it. And now you have a whole bunch of grown people in grown bodies with the mentality of little boys and girls that keep calling this a democracy. And as soon as they say that, they lose their political birthright. As soon as you agree to that, without a challenge, you've given up your political birthright and you've agreed to a fraudulent jurisdiction. Now, so what that makes you is booty and prize to organized criminals who will tell you to your face that this is a democracy and you haven't challenged it. No different if they call you Negro, black, and colored and you didn't challenge it. It's assumed. And if it's assumed and you don't object, it stands. Do you understand? This is another reason why anything relative to the rights of people is made in a public declaration. So you must make a public declaration of your independence from the fraud, as well as your declaration of your allegiance to the principles of civilized government. Do you understand? And so even like when like children say, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. All right, that's cliche to most people. However, it means more than what they think it means. Do you understand? Now, that's those who pledge allegiance to the peace between the Moors and the European nations in here and establish this government of amity and peace and to do commerce in this Moorish empire. Do you understand? What they did is overthrew it. Six and Chestnut, and they took the nationality and birthrights away from the Moors, and different Moors were in government. They told them step down or die. Do you understand? And they instituted in 1779 the Negro and the black crap retroactively into the history documents. They started burning documents. They started hiding documents, transferring books into different areas of the countries and into secret societies. And they started making up new records. And in the new records, they started listing the Moors as blacks, Negroes, according to the territories. And they take the children and send the children to the Northeast Territory, they send them to the Southeast Territory. They take them from the Southeast Territory, send them to the Northwest Territory, and vice versa across the Nile River, which you call the Mississippi. And they've been playing the game, they even do it in military. Then Horace Greeley, who you saw, said, "Go West, young man," was competing with Abe Lincoln, etc. He was sort of like a tycoon with newspapers in New York. And they went about, Noah Webster too, went about altering the history, rewriting the history. That's your real truth of your period of Reconstruction. Those who know a lot of these fundamental keys have an oath of death, belong to secret societies. You notice that they'll wear our fez too in those secret societies. They call them Masons, Knights of Columbus, Eastern Star, Skull and Bones, and whoever they are next week. But the fundamental bottom line knowledge is Moabite, Moorish history and culture in this land, not somewhere else. And Africa is not a Keeblan there. Northwest Africa and Southwest Africa is North America, Central America, South America. The Amazon River is not over there. The Amazon River is in South Africa, right here in the West.
We're starting off with the right things that are actually wrong, right? But then we don't finish. And finishing would help you to clarify, but then we don't finish. We're surrounded by those also in subjection of this control system. But even those in control are not in control. Right? And confusion is the only enemy. Ignorance is the enemy, but confusion is the only evil. Even evil, the very embodiment and representation of evil, right? Of murder, death in itself, the first death of a god. Nigga, not even just a human. This nigga's a fucking deity. Okay? So you think Cub was immortal before he would have got physically murdered by another person? I wouldn't imagine he would not be even when a nigga died. The nigga still live eternally underground, nigga. Non-physically. Right? And then nothing special have to happen for him to go there, cuz. Except for the fact that, oh damn, somebody snatched his physical body from him. For whatever type of weird ass reason, right? Whether thought out or not. Right? Now, whoever this person is represents, right? This is a symbol of confusion, literally. Originally, yes? They try to connect up with chaos, but no. Set is not chaos. Right, now, why is it relevant? Because these are the first deities after goddesses. There were only goddesses all around the world until you get to this other main area, okay, where you get these male deities from. And that's like a later, you know what I'm saying, abstraction, just to kind of guide you through the confusion itself, because the whole story is really what ended up happening between those two brothers, which was the two men, right? The difference between whatever men, right? You got these men operating on earth and life. They're going to do one thing or the next thing. Now, whatever the reason is, they gave you the reason. Okay? They told you what his whole motive was behind the shit. It was jealousy, whatever type. It was love, really. Love. They say, you know what I'm saying, his lady got with his brother. And every story they say go the same way. It wasn't no other thing that prompted him, except for maybe him being, you know, jealous of the greatness of his brother being king or whatever. I don't really know. I'm not judging nobody. I ain't never been jealous of a man in my life. ain't a jealous bone in my body, and I happen to be a triple Scorpio. But that's just me. Maybe that's how I live, the decision I made in my life, whatever. I didn't have time to be jealous of nobody, yo. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to make nobody jealous either. I'm not worried about if you jealous, because that's unnatural to be jealous. I know that before I know anything. Ain't even no reason to be jealous unless have some type of complex. You're against your own self to begin to even be thinking about anybody else in any type of critical way at all. And that's the whole point of the two same source of beings, right? There was no difference between them except for their decisions and actions. You understand? Now, one represented fucking what the purpose of life is. Nigga, husbandry. Nigga being a father and a husband. Simple as that. Nothing more, nothing special. And living when you're supposed to, as opposed to dying when you're not supposed to. Right? Right? Being a father. Right? Because this nigga was not a father before he was murdered. But since he was murdered, he had to become a father after he died, cuz. Huh? Is it clear to you? This was an immortal being. This was an immortal being who otherwise, living naturally, would have did whatever else other than having to perish physically. Who never had any offspring yet. Now, where is the story about those who weren't murdered? There was no other story. It don't go no other way, my nigga. Why? Well, because niggas are confused. Why does it have to be that it is niggas are confused? Well, the very murderer himself represents confusion. And not just chaos, which is Isfet would be chaos. And Isfet is not necessarily, they say Isfet is evil. But that's not the facts either. They twisted it up. They try to say Set, which is actually evil, is chaos. But he's not. He doesn't represent necessarily chaos. He represents confusion and anger and foreigners. And Isfet represents chaos, but is not evil. Right? It's just, it can create bad, unfavorable conditions because it's supposed to be balanced with Ma'at. Isfet is the contrast to Ma'at, but there's nothing is perfect. So that's why you must have a balanced exchange between Isfet and Ma'at, not Set and Ma'at. Right? Because Ma'at represents order. Balance represents purpose, represents growth. And balance represents purpose, represents growth. Ma'at represents, and it's a symbol of order. Order. Reality, basically. She's in a place where love will be at. Right? But love and a conditional love. Because there's two loves. There's really one love, because the other love, which is conditional, is not love. You know what I'm saying? It's not complete love. Right? There's really one love. It's the same part of love that anything else would be. But all is love to begin with. So it's a good start towards balancing. But unconditional love is in the place of where wisdom would be. Right? So that's why they say wisdom is actually love and understanding is actually power, until you get to below the original, where you have in the center where this knowledge is actually created. Because you start off with Amen, which is peace. Okay, you start off with peace. You come out of peace and the idea. And faith is also what is, you start with faith, right? Faith is what? Now, the assured expectation of things hoped for. So it's basically what it is that you see. Is what your focus is. Now, if your focus is disordered or a product of disorder, then that's where you find yourself already starting in the same place where one would be at 10, which is already a manifestation, which is already a result, right? Because you're associating a result as your inspiration, but it's not a pure original source for inspiration. I mean, it is, but the way you're looking at it is incorrect. And so it can't operate as actually what it is until it is that you arrange it correctly, which is through following your paths, which is why it's 32 paths connecting these different spheres of relevance and connection.
We took them to Albion because the equator area was making lesions on their skin. We took them to Albion, and mostly the sons, because in nature, the genetic nature of the being, that males are more degenerate than females. Females are more perfect to the species. And females carry the strength of the gene or the family in nature. We're not talking about politics. You got to put your beliefs aside. Dump them in the garbage can. Because I got a birthmark. It's called a navigating god. Nav-il. Navel. That's the common birthmark of everything that breathes and walks on this planet. It ain't no strawberry. I got the strawberry right here. Wait, can you see it? No, that's the birthmark. And everybody got it. You understand? Adam had a mom, so don't buy that game. Get the point? Huh? So once you understand this and get rid of the fiction, then you can get back to the matriarchal principle of nature herself. Because you don't mess with Mother Nature because she ain't going to play with you. You understand what I'm saying to you? The earth is a womb. The universe is a womb. The mind is a womb. And all females come here with a nation already in them, even when they're in their mom. Do you understand? Once we understand these fundamental nature principles, then you understand in the Declaration of Independence, when the reference was made to nature's laws and nature's God and the inalienable rights having nothing to do with government. Are you understanding? Are you following me? Huh? Yeah. So you must go back to the natal principle or the nationality, which is the foundation of civilization. Do you understand? Then contracts or agreements or covenants are made amongst men to govern their association that you've been calling unions of anything on this planet. Now let's look at something and keep this in mind. So what happened is, because you're dealing with the celestial equator, and so the celestial equator runs through here, and so anything in here, you have a fluctuation of roughly 23 degrees on both sides, and you have a fluctuation as the Earth bends on its anode and cathode principle and revolves around the sun on 12 cycles, while the moon revolves around the Earth on 13 cycles, which gives you your 12 and your 13, which is your what? Your 25, which is your 7, your circle 7. That is the knowledge of this workings of this whole thing. Do you understand? That is called the zodiac. Do you understand? The forces, and that includes the forces of all the planets while this is taking place. That's really your zodiac. Or the first woman that you call Zodiacus. Zodiacus. Do you understand? And all, that's where you get the word zoo, is actually derived from that, means all things of the flesh that come from one source. And so people don't know, called God.
For the circle 7, can you take out the note, the Federal Reserve note, and...
Oh, take out your Federal Reserve note. Yes, let's deal with Circle 7 in government. We're going to give you a Masonic code. Take out your dollar, what they call dollar. You know it's not dollar, it's fiat. Take it out. I don't want it now, though. I ain't doing no play. Take out your one, because we're going to go through a little lesson. And this is important. But we're going to go back to this point. And this will be good, too, for people to understand, because I'm going to finish this and I'm going to go to this. Now, see, so what happens is that the Moors gathered up the European sons, and took them to Albion. Albion, after the Moors fell, is called England. And the reason why we took them to England, what you call actually the Caucasus Mountains, is because it was more compatible with their skin. It was not because of all this evil stuff that people call them, evil of Yaqub and all that. No. Do you understand? One of the problems that the Moors made is that the Moors were creating a servant for themselves, and now they turn around, the servant become your God. That's your ancient karma. That's why you really need to know the old ancient history.
Because my eye represents order. Balance represents purpose, represents growth, and balance represents purpose, represents growth.
My eye represents, and it's the symbol of order. Order.
Reality, basically. She's in the place where love will be at. Right? But love and a conditional love. Because there's two loves. There's really one love, because the other love, which is conditional, is not love. You know what I'm saying? It's not complete love, right? There's really one love. It's the same part of love that anything else would be. But all is love to begin with, so it's a good start towards balancing. But unconditional love is in the place of where wisdom would be. Right? So that's why they say wisdom is actually love and understanding is actually power, until you get to below the original, where you have in the center where this knowledge is actually created. Because you start off with Amen, which is peace. Okay, you start off with peace. You come out of peace and the idea. And faith is also what is. You start with faith, right? Faith is what? Now the assured expectation of things hoped for. So it's basically what it is that you see. Is what your focus is. Now, if your focus is disordered or a product of disorder, then that's where you find yourself already starting in the same place where one would be at 10, which is already a manifestation, which is already a result, right? Because you're associating a result as your inspiration, but it's not a pure original source for inspiration. I mean, it is, but the way you're looking at it is incorrect. And so it can't operate as actually what it is until it is that you arrange it correctly. Which through following your paths, which is why it's 32 paths connecting these different spheres of relevance and connection. But the first sphere in itself will be peace, beginning with peace. You go from peace to love. You go from love to power. Right? And we said power was what? Inner beauty. Yes. But you're supposed to go from power back to peace. But if you don't, then power is not power no more. Power actually disappears all completely and goes to fear, low key. Because fear also represents judgment and strength, but not necessarily power, but strength and power is the closest, which is Gavura. Right? But that don't exist. This is all illusionary. It's all imaginary. That's why you got imagination right there in the seventh sphere. In the house of Oshun or Heteru. Right? She represents 7 is the number on the tree for Oshun, but Oshun's number is actually 5. But 5 on the tree, 5 is Gavura, low key, ironically. Which I said was fear and strength and judgment or discernment, basically. Discernment. So that's what fear starts off as. But if you go further from 4 into anything else, or rather, that would be, actually, that's 4. But 5 is actually going to be, wait. You go from 3 to 4 to 5. Yeah, 5 is fear, but that's after you come from love, though. Because what's cold is, from 3, it crosses over to 4 on the other side. It don't drop down, even though there's a path from 3 to 5. Right? Now, what is the reason for that path? What is the reason for that path? That's something that I look forward to clarifying. But it may not, they trying to make it not so possible at this point. That's why they kind of moving kind of quickly, because all this shit is a real thing. Okay, that Hebrew language nigga is doing all of this confusion. Right? Even on the tree, that's where they get the Hebrew languages from, the tree. Now, Set is on this tree. The divinities and deities were created with the tree. Okay? The tree don't exist without these deities, cuz. Alright, so listen. Now, where is Set at? You're not going to be able to find cuz like that. Set in itself is knowledge, because knowledge is ignorance. Right? Set is in the center. He's an illusionary sphere between which would be love and power, but becomes, as I was already finishing, wisdom and understanding when knowledge is created, which represents Set in itself. Right? They call that area the tunnels of Set, or the tentacles of Cthulhu. Now, who is Cthulhu? Cthulhu is like Poseidon, but like Poseidon times Uber Poseidon times 1,000. Cthulhu is the sleeping darkness. It could be represented as Olukun, right? Or even Tiamat. Yes, the demiurge in Assyrian theology or doctrine. Tiamat, the goddess Tiamat out of the sea, or the goddess / god / Orisha Olukun. For some time, cuz it's changed to the bottom of the sea, because he liked to cause disaster and destruction and catastrophe and calamity. Oh, you know what I mean? On the land, because it's more water than it is land, my nigga. It's even 2 and 3 oceans up under the land. Yes. Now, Olukun or Cthulhu is that center knowledge. Okay, that darkness, that evil in itself. Yes. Now, when you go into all of the grimoires of where the name and title Cthulhu, which is connected to this tree, right? Because you got the dark tree too. You got what is called what is this shit called? It's called it's like the shadow tree or whatever. Because within this tree, when it is, especially when you started at 10, which is the result of all of what it originally was intended to be, without, hopefully, eventually, once you're ready, without this center part, which is created outside of the initial triad, which the triad ain't even really nothing except for 0 in itself. But the 0 is not even connected to the Jewish tree. All they got at the top is a 1. But you come to the Kemetic tree, they automatically got that 0 there. Right? Which is actually Amen. Because 1 is represented as Asar. But Asar is actually Amen, Atem, and Amun. The 3. That's why on the other tree, you got the 3 little areas, the 3 unlimited levels of light above the 1. It's represented as a sphere on the original tree. On this tree, you get these deities. These deities will present these concepts and understandings of love, Ma'at, of faith and peace, Asar, of memory and thrones as Aset, of Kundalini, imagination, Oshun, okay? Of divination in itself, which would be the area of wisdom just above the second love, which is Ma'at. And what else Risha is that there? No, wait, who is that there? Risha is that. I'm just slipping my mind at the moment, but above that, where the love was, because once it disappears, anything else exists outside of love, which nothing exists outside of love. And until you get to that point, you're not even able to clarify nothing. Right? So, That's actually wisdom / divination / Orunmila, which is Ifa in itself, / the Shahuti, or some people call him Thoth, or Hermes Trismegistus, who created the emerald tablets there. That's the first stop, coming from Asar, which is, as Asar, you are all of thought, or atom, or atum, and Amen, which is peace, as well as Amun, which is life in a man through generative lifetimes. But you can only live one life at a time, right? Until you do have a son, and you got a son right there next to you, and your son is next to you, and you happen to still be alive. It's the real power. But where you see that at? Grandfather, nigga, great grandfathers anywhere, and I just said, tell you, get all the great grandfathers together right now. Fuck you talking about? Y'all need to smack you? Is there not a council of eldership, nigga, of all the great grandparents? Yeah. Well, that's an issue, cuz. Is there not a council of eldership, nigga, of all the great grandparents? Yeah. Well, that's an issue, cuz. That's not making a whole lot of sense to me, especially when you with all these other different artificial intelligences and all these other things. We got all these niggas meeting up, United Nations, nigga, the United Nations need to be working directly with the great grandparents. They need to have a special relationship with the organized great grandparents of the earth. No? Well, I mean, this is for the very reason exactly what it is. Why I'm telling you why it would be significant and advantageous. Because those in control are not even in control. Right? First of all, they can't control themselves. They don't even have self-discipline, let alone knowledge of self, right? Which self would be that peace, right? Because that's why it is Asar, man on earth, God on earth as man, basically.
Human beings everywhere say that they want certain things in their life, and they say that they want certain things to be present for all humanity. Okay? We say we want certain conditions to be present for ourselves and our species as a whole. And we say we want things such as happiness, health, peace, prosperity, freedom, etc. And all these things are great things to aspire to. And we say we want them. Most people will say and tell you we want these things. However, I don't really feel that they're truly being honest with themselves. Okay? They'll say they want them, but then when you tell them, well, those aren't automatic conditions. They don't just magically manifest. Okay? There are requirements for obtaining these conditions. Okay? And people wouldn't say they want these conditions if these conditions were already omnipresent. Right? They're saying that they want something because they don't have it at all, or at least in fullness. Right? So, when you tell them there's requirements, and they believe that somehow they're going to magically get these things. Right? Well, this is what the real laws of attraction are about. It's explaining conditions that you want don't just automatically manifest by thinking of them or just having a feeling about them. This is a new age deception. Requirement exists in nature. It does exist. If you want something to be different than the way that it already is, than the default conditions, then requirement exists. If you're okay with things being the way that they are now, requirement doesn't exist. There are no requirements to creating change. You just accept the default conditions the way they are now and go on with your existence and accept it's going to be this way and possibly get worse. But if you want real change to happen, requirements exist. So what are these requirements? We need to know certain things. Knowledge is required. Knowledge. The information regarding natural law is occulted knowledge. It is knowledge that has been hidden from humanity. Okay? It's held by the few, which is represented here at the top of this pyramid. You can look at this as a pyramid representing knowledge or ignorance. At the top of the pyramid, you have knowledge. It's the higher you go in the pyramid, the more knowledge. Okay? But the pyramid tapers because at the top, very few people understand that information. Very few people have that knowledge and have actually integrated it into themselves to the point where it becomes understanding. All right? Down here, you have no knowledge, the ignorant masses. Okay? And up here you have The people who are in the know, right, who have this knowledge about how natural law works and are actually using it for a certain reason. So please, as you go through this seminar, please keep in mind, if I ever use the term occult, all I'm talking about here is hidden knowledge. That's what it means. Occulted knowledge is hidden. The knowledge of natural law and its operations constitutes what I call the most deeply occulted or hidden information that exists on this planet. You will not find any more hidden information. This is the thing that all the distractions are there for, to keep you from learning. The endless trivialities, the nonsense you hear on the news, all the video games, all the nonsense television, the sports, it's all there to keep people from understanding this. And I can't get you to accept that or believe it, and I don't ask you to believe it. I'm telling you that's what they're trying to, from my years of being inside occult traditions that are very, very dark. I'm telling you, this is what they don't want you to know. Please recognize when I use the word truth, that is all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the mind of God. I'm not talking about the entire reason for the existence of the universe. I'm talking about the events that have taken place in the past and are taking place in the present. That's all. And guess what? That's all the truth is. We want things to be true. That doesn't make it so.
Men have existed in the world since the beginning of time. There was never a system against women. We love women. Right?
Very much.
Feminism is a system created and based on against them.
Yes.
So I like to say this. You can never move forward consciously with an against them mentality. Everything you do against is not sustainable. You can't sustain that. So feminism is not a sustainable concept. That's why if you put a feminist there, and I wish one day a strong feminist could come and we could share a same platform, and things would happen.
Come on, Leo.
Because now, feminism has no grounds to stand on. Ifananan, can you be gay without sleeping with a man? I can be a man without sleeping with a woman. Can you be gay without sleeping with a man? She can be a woman without sleeping with a man. Can you be lesbian without sleeping with a woman? All these isms are created against an uncomfortable truth. Right? Now, should the truth be accepted as it is? This is the truth. 90% of our women out there are unlobolable.
Oh. Hey.
No, they are not. Angengikwazi ukulobola bengihlangana nayo emaklabhini for the past 6 years. Past 6 years wena bojive emaklabhini nama Nigerian.
Hawu hayibo. Hey.
Hey. Uzolotsholwa yimi futhi. And then somebody is going to say, some dimwit is going to say, yeah, but what about men?
Yeah, you were also in the club, Mas.
Yeah, I was there in the club as well. What about men? 90% of men out there are boys.
How? We're also catching low 5, low Tandugu.
A lot of men are boys. I mean, ufuna nechisa nyama nomntwana ona 26, una 14 to. Umntwana ona 18, umthengele istropez. Why? You're a boy. Ufuna ukufaka lesendana lakho enganeni. Why? You're not thinking like a man. Well, you're thinking like a man. Ogabi indoda. Ogabi indoda. Still wet behind the ears. Uvugela noma ubona impukane.
How?
No, that's what these little boys are doing. Nama kemche, nama cooler bag, nama bruga hlale fridgini. That's what they're doing.
What did chemches and cooler boxes do to you, though?
Where's your home? Uphi umuzi kababa wakho? Hlele estradini wena kushona ilanga, uphi umuzi kababa wakho? Mangangena igebengu lapha yana ushiya ingane lapha. Uthemba ubhobi inja uyifida amathambo.
Have we not evolved into another sense of being? Because what you're speaking to sounds like you want us to go back to a time that served us, definitely. But to get back to that time would require a lot of work, which most people are not willing to do.
We cannot go back. It's against human nature to go back. Humans are evolutionary beings.
Okay.
We can't go back. That's why ufuna ukuyobukela ibhola etba thenga TV ibeke emzini akho. Thenga iWi-Fi connected to internet. Uzobukela wonke amabhola omhlaba nala adlalwa ngereverse. Do you understand? Ufuna ne tavern la kuzoqhuma isibhamu at any time abantwana bakho basale bengena baba. What happened eNyobeni with children 13 years old? Where were the parents? Where was the community? Where was the society?
They were all in the tavern there drinking with the kids.
Exactly.
I'm not even laughing, man. Rest in peace to those kids. Yeah.
It's not a joke, but it's true. We are letting it happen.
I'm hearing the what should be. The question is, what do we do now?
2 guys came to me in Dumbeni. Bafuna ngibuyise is
solution. I hear your solution, and it
when to
be very necessary.
And 15 years for each of these 5 children.
07.
Say, life sentence. But now, here's the solution.
So part of the issue, and I do think some of these things are designed externally to destroy our families. A lot of women rely on the child grant, 530, and they are almost incentivized to be single mothers. On a softer level, because again, these are things we're just going to discuss as potential solutions.
And not only this social grant, women have this idea that the child, AK-47, to shoot the man every time I get pissed at him.
Of course. Because it's the one thing that he has a soft spot for. It's his Achilles heel.
It's his Achilles heel.
So there's an incentive to not put the father's details on the birth certificate. So it's easier to claim. It's easier to get the child free education. And because it's so the idea of saying you will not get a child grant. Your child will not be accepted in school until we have a father's name on the birth certificate and he's present.
That was one mistake.
I don't think it was a mistake.
No, it was a big mistake.
I think it was intentional.
Well, looking at it from that perspective, it was intentional. But if it was made out of a good heart, that was the biggest mistake. Giving grants for pregnant girls, that was a mistake. Because these kids, bekumele ukuthi makaqala ba pregnant, makabuyela kibo, ubaba mfaka isibhakela. You understand? Ubabakhe amkhahlele tot pitcom.
Well, hopefully umawakhe, because
but now umama won't be able to do that because umama ufihlela ubaba ukuthi uthaba kusuka la ekhaya ngithi.
Hayibo, we're going all the way there.
No, but these are the ills in our society.
Would you agree if I were to say that black men have failed the black family unit and have failed society? Because it's
Not
one thing
at
to
all.
point out where women have fallen short.
Not
but
at all. I can't blame men. Men did nothing wrong. Women messed up our society. These men were raised by women.
But the men run away from their responsibilities.
Because they were raised by women.
Ew. Just like that.
Simple as that. A man was raised by a woman does not know how to be a man. He can only be a bitch.
Oh. We went from French to German to...
It's just that you don't have a template.
You said the solution for me is easy.
It's very easy. You go to these children's families. If they don't want you to do the right thing for their kids, and they'll suffer the consequences of a deluded, delusional, separated, unorganized child they'll have to raise. And they'll have to come back to you and
Hey, that would be dope. If we're saying on the thing,
they'll
with
have
a
to
note.
come. No, I've actually done that with a family. The child was having episodes. Right? And I called the family, no, this is not the father. Where is the father of the child? And then the truth comes out. So please call the family of this child. bababiza nithi ngicela nina ke nibahlawulise for lengane. They called whatever amount of thousands they called, ngathi no problem, imali enihlawulisayo sharp. Baba umntwana naye, this family's been wanting umntwanabo, right? The father of the child stood up then and then, wahamba waye bank wayikhipha yonke le mali bayifunayo. Ngithi no, ilethe la kimi qala before iyalapha. Right. First of all, na imali enifunile yenhlawulo yalo mntwana.
We pay must
iphelele. Ila. Naleleni ngengane yabo isasencane.
Deps.
Ibuyela kubaba. When this child mabazomcela kibo ashonelwe ugogo, why did you refuse?
Dep.
When this child started to struggle, nina nithathe lo mntwana nayomshadisa komunye umuzi, nafaka lengane secretly kule ndoda, making him think it's his child.
Dep.
Hlawula lo yamuzi ke lapho. Umntwana uyagula ke manje ngoba nina nale ngaye. Celani la abantu bakabuba bakhe abaphethe umuthi wokulapha lengane anilaphele ingane. Naye inkomo yokulapha ingane. Thathani ke nina le 500 yenu nahambe la.
Hey, such a harsh judge. People are coming to you for solutions when you have a punisher.
That's the best solution, because manje bebezothatha inkomo zabantu and then bayothi edlozini labo inkomo zani le ngoba nina necala nala ngengane. How do you explain that mawufika kini? Uzothi imali yani?
I'll put a full stop for today on that one. Let's go back to the one where I put a semicolon. You speak about people that fail in their jobs and then they start looking for solutions in other things. And I'd like to think we were going to this point of all of a sudden people say beyatwasa now. Sebefuna ukuba izangoma and those kind of things. And your thoughts around this concept of modern sangomas, some of which are celebrities, people with depression, people whose careers are not going somewhere. And in that answer, if you could also distinguish between isangoma, inyanga, isthunyo, and any other gifted person that you may know for people to learn about.
You understand? Now, the concept is that people are wrongly under the concept that the European sons established this with the peregrinos that you call pilgrims, which means wanderers, that they established this government out of some moral principles and they established the United States. That's a lie. The United States already existed. Do you understand? The United States is a federation of the Moabite tribes that they fakedly call Indians, and we're not Indians. My grandmother is Blackfoot, that they call fakery Blackfoot. On my mother's side, they're Cherokee, that they call Kitawa. And I ain't Indian. I'm indigenous to the land, but I ain't Indian. One of the traps that a lot of the Shemnites fell into, because you have a lot of sellout. A lot of different tribes that sold out, but that didn't constitute an agreement with the nation. They fake it in history that it does. This is the reason why they had to murder so many of them. Do you understand? Separate the children from the mothers, because the mothers carried the principles of civilization and passed them down, because we had a matriarchal system. You understand? Like in the South area, as an example, when they call Puerto Rico, they call it rich port, because the women carried the gold, and most of the time we'd put gold on the neck, and it would have no seam. You couldn't take it off. And the family wealth would be displayed by the women, where we put coins and stuff on, jewelry on their turbans, mix it into their turbans, and they wear bands around here, and they would cut their heads off and cut their arms off for the gold. And they call it rich port. That's how Puerto Rico got its name. And they're Moors, mixed Moors. They mix Moors with Europeans and Chinese. Do you understand? So one of the problems with us is because we've been mixed, is that our concepts are wrong, and we keep thinking that we're different people when we're really not. We're just expanded of the same expanded family. And the base language here on this side is part Aramaic, Hebrew, and what you call Algonquian, that they call Indian different languages, and what they call Moorish Latin, that they keep calling falsely Spanish, which it is not. It's Latin, Moorish Latin, multiple dialects. And so one of the deals with the Inquisitionists, when they merged their kingdoms and defeated the Moors and started conquering the West, is one of the commitments of the White Camellia, the Klan, and the Knights of Columbus was to wipe us out of history. Do you understand? This is the reason why you cannot go and find the linear history. But that's also why you have all these secret societies that consequently and curiously keep wearing the Moorish fez. And you never figured it out. Do you understand? Then they have badges all across their car with the Moorish star upside down for the Eastern Star. Then they have the compass in the square and the pyramid. They have Allah and Mecca and Morocco and Medina. And they'll name all the lodges after a mother, woman, the matriarchal systems, etc. And then rewrite the history and tell the people that they came from someplace else. These are the same people that thought the world was flat. But if you believed it, that's fine. But we were here for not 1,000 years, for multiple thousands of years. That flag, that Moroccan flag with that 5-pointed green star, been flying over here in government structure for over 10,000 years. Before the great drownings, they had drowning first, and the great burns and burning of the temples of Luxor, like in Mizraim, that they call Egypt. It's not Egypt, it's Mizraim, etc., that they call Alexandria today, was the largest library in the world. And they match it with the Library of Congress here, being now the largest library in the world. So, and they have the history of all the countries here, too. So one of the keys is that Moors cannot be deported. See, it's sort of like one of the conflicts that people have here is that they're in the frame of mind that we're all right and we start from here. And so whenever they go forward, it always becomes jumbled or confusing because it becomes nonlinear, and you're always playing detective. And then nobody's talking. And then those who are talking want to commit you to some kind of oath or want you to sell your life, your arm to them. You know what I mean? Then it's a secret. Get the point? This is the problem that the scholars and the world governments had with Noble Drew Ali, because he came and he stepped on the Roman seal. He stepped on the Roman seal.
The Roman seal?
That's a code. See, the deal was that this basic information was not to be found out by you.
Right.
The commitment was that this general body of information would be hidden for at least 300 years, maybe 1,000. That accepted social concept, or not limited to, would be revealed to you in the William Lynch letter along the James River, when they talked about using the mental warfares, turning the men against the women, the young against the old, distorting the family. But there's more to that. It also had to do with the psychology and the knowledge of how to distress the womb and how to make a slave. By stressing the womb of the woman and controlling the womb, then you control the nation. The problem is that they cannot deport us from anywhere. No matter what negatives come about due to the social corruption here, they cannot deport us. So they have to continue to build jails. Do you understand? I want to make another point. This is Brother Noah. Get a 3 flag stand later, and you put the flag, the amity flag there. That's the Stars and Stripes. Now, what most people don't know is that this continental flag is the flag of the United States. The Stars and Stripes is our agreement for commerce. Yes, what they did is buried this and then told you the Stars and Stripes was the national flag. The Stars and Stripes is not the flag of any natal people. It does not identify with any bloodline whatsoever. It is a flag that came out of the Treaty of Peace and Friendship of 1787, which was a culmination before the Articles of Confederation and the adoption of the Constitution when we decided to stop this silliness, meaning wise men decided to stop the pendulum, because the wars between the Moors and the Roman nations have been stagnating civilization, meaning it's no different than the position that we're in now with all the lies that have been told amongst government and their court in the catch-22. They're going to create all-out war, a whole global war, or they're going to tell the truth. They're trying not to tell the truth. If they don't tell the truth, you're going to have chaos on this planet like you've never seen it.
You're right.
Do you understand?
You're right.
And it's going to be because of a lie.
It's already started.
Yes, but it's going to be because of a lie.
That's right.
The lie is being exposed.
Yes. Now that's where we are. That's where the problem is. And the problem that you have is that you have Asiatics and Europeans that have been set up in the political arena being in two different camps. But in fact, you actually have, in the real truth history, you have Asiatics and Europeans who agreed to this structure. And then you had Europeans who were undermining it. So this is where your matrix is. So whenever you have an issue before any court and you want to argue,
Definitely didn't serve that pocket, that's for sure. Now I want to live on my baseline. I want to be in a high level club.
Are we low level or high level?
What first promoted the thought in your mind that you want to be the second black president of the U.S.? What was that thought of inception to say, I'm going to commit to this thought, this idea? What sparked it?
You know what it was, though, brother, is that, I've been running for justice for over 55 years. I'm 71 years old.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm blessing every day, really, loved ones, and the fact just as two black men still in our right minds, brother, that's a miracle, and that's a major achievement. Because we live in a sick white supremacist empire. That's what America is.
Yes,
it's
sir.
Profoundly sick with decay and decadence and decrepitude, and what's coming at black folk in terms of the white supremacist bombardment. You're less beautiful, you're less moral, you're less intelligent. You ought to be scared and intimidated and run around laughing when it ain't funny and scratching with it. Don't itch. The only way you're going to be successful is to somehow be well adjusted to the injustice of the status quo. So you end up a parrot on somebody else's cage and on somebody else's plantation. Ain't got nothing to do with freedom and love. It's just narrow success, material prosperity. And you say, Lord, that's a sick society. Yes, it is. And here we are in it, but not of it.
Yes, sir.
Fighting against the grain. So that's a beautiful thing. And you have to do that every day. You know what I mean? Because what I'm talking about is also inside of us, all the greed and the hatred and thing. It's some of the white supremacy inside of black people has to be killed every day. That's how deep the white supremacy is. And what that means in the end then is that I said, I've been running for justice. And for me, that means also running for Jesus all this time. I've been doing it in the cell, on the streets, in the community centers, in the mosques, the synagogue, and the churches. Now it spills over in electoral politics. Same movement. The campaign ain't nothing but a moment in the movement. Same tradition of a great black people. That ain't changed. When I die, I'm just going to be a little small wave in that great ocean of a rich black tradition of those trying to tell the truth and seek justice with style and with a smile. Right? But now it spills over in electoral politics. Why? Because the American empire is at a moment now where its decay and decline is so undeniable that there has to be voices to tell the truth about it. And you do that in a context in which now it focuses on the election. The focus is on what is the destiny of the country? Well, you got to come to terms with your past, all the lies and the crimes. And you got to come to terms with the present, all the injustice and inequality, and see what kind of future you have. And so in that sense, I'm just a extension of this tradition of a great black folk in the context of electoral politics. And so I felt that particular calling that I had is one of trying to tell this truth now in this electoral political context, as opposed to just classroom as a professor, or
Yes,
the
sir.
studio, working with Jill Scott, Andre 3000, or Prince, what a way, the great Gerald Levert, who for me is, the greatest soul singer of his generation, but that was all on my album. So, but that's one particular context. All these contexts, even the Matrix, one context, with the Wachowskis, right? One context to do what? Trying to tell the truth, trying to seek justice, trying to turn people toward beauty, because beauty is very important too. People don't talk about beauty enough. See, philosophers talk a lot about wisdom and knowledge, and not enough about beauty, not enough about goodness, and certainly in a way not enough about the holy, about God, what it means to surrender one's self to an almighty God. That's humbling, deeply humbling. That ought to push out any hubris. That ought to push out any sense that somehow you in control and your ego is at the center of the universe and so forth and so on. That cuts against the dominant orientation in America. Because America is all about the ego and the flag. And every flag is under the cross. Every flag is under Allah. Every flag is under God. What does that do? That humbles a nation. That humbles a people. You know what I mean? And that's always been lacking in the country. And so the lies and the crimes can continue to be told and enacted with no accountability, they think. But God is not mocked. You're going to reap what you sow sooner or later.
Because those in control are not even in control. Right? First of all, they can't control themselves. They don't even have self-discipline, let alone knowledge of self. Right? Which self will be that peace. Right? Because that's why it is a star, man on earth. God on earth as man, basically. What is God, though? Well, shit, God happens to be a German word. God exists before Germans was even born. So, you feel me? This tree exists even before the German race. Okay? So, they're going to give you 3 orishas at the top. Right? The 3 orishas making up the main idea of what we consider the creatorship. Sovereignty, basically. All right? Olorun. The sky. Olodumare. The light. Osurmare. The rainbow. The sky. Olorun. The light. Olodumare. The rainbow. Osurmare. Creation itself. Because Obatala is a sar. Right? And Yemaya would be a set. So Obatala is a sar. Right? And Yemaya would be but a set. The 3 areas of the 0 is made up of the 3 deities or creators. The 3 creators. Olorun, spirit of heaven. Olorun, the original inspiration for creation. Olodumare, meaning the spirit of the color's womb, the portal through which creation becomes manifest. Osumure, meaning the spirit of life in the world, creation itself, the rainbow. Olorun, the sky. Olodumare, the light. Osumare, the rainbow. The bottom being the closest to us being Olodumare. And then you have 2 above that. But in that same area, underneath the 0, you get the first, which is the first physical incarnation. But just below that, on a straight path, there's no difference between 0 or 1 or 10, except for all the shit between it. Right? Now, between the 1 and the 10, you got this fucking sphere that's imaginary, which all other things outside of 10 or 1 or 0 actually is. Right? Now, between the 1 and the 10, you got this fucking sphere that's imaginary, which all other things outside of 10 or 1 or 0 actually is. Okay? And then you also have the 6 there in the center and the 9, which the 6 is the son and the 9 is the mother. Okay? Why? Because, of course, that's how you get any other life outside of course, that incarnation as you as an individual, father or husband. So some things already are in place. That's other people with their own conscience and decisions to make. That woman and that child, whether it's a boy or a girl, is going to make their own decisions, no matter how much of you they may favor or how much they might even listen to you or respect your direction as a wife. Right? Even when she's doing it, it's only so much she wants to do it, really. And that has a bearing on her karma, right? As well as a spiritual experience and other decisions she's making that don't have nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying? And how entitled she's going to be, you know what I'm saying, left to be feeling in those moments when she's able to make her own decisions that she can, quote unquote, be in control of. Same thing go for them children. Right? What is it? A decision she wants to make? Is she coming to you so that she respects you? She respects you, your position, or is she trying to see? Is she coming to you to try to see if you gonna take advantage of the opportunity to influence and control her again this time? So she come ask you. You say no. You know what? I think I would like to see what you would think. I would like to see what you would think. Right? And what's going to tell you? What's going to be evident to you is. Or she might be kind of far gone. She might be like, and insist that you do what she know you want to do, which is tell her what to do. Right? Because she kind of mad that you told her to do some shit that she didn't end up liking. For whatever reason. There's only so many reasons for that, though. Okay, so now maybe she don't realize what it is she actually likes because she's that twisted. Right? That's why she gonna come back to you. And that's where it is your heart actually is, which that the heart is actually the child too. Right? It represents the will in itself is the heart. It represents also the sun as in the light in the sky. Yes, her being the moon, the reflection of that light. Right? Because of course on earth, you got man and woman. It's what it is that we come together to do that manifests into relevance to whatever other relative exchange and comparison or whatever else. Simply put, it's not super complicated until you complicate it with this other entity, nigga, that got something to say about some shit that ain't got nothing to do with nothing, basically, and just don't want it to go no way that he won't like, basically, and is going to implement his energy of interruption, right? Because it's already designed, it's already designated, generally speaking. So anything you're doing outside of what it is for you to do is going to have its own derivatives, which is interesting. I didn't think about that. That's also on the center path. That's the whole point where I was saying to you. Right? Right, because all paths is the same path. Even the left and right, if you turn around, it's mirrored. So the left is the right. Right, that's why you got what? 2, 3, then you got 5 and 4, and you got 7 and 8. But then on the middle path, which is the pillar of beauty, the pillar of beauty, that's why they say power is inner beauty. Yes, which power would exist there before you go within, or not necessarily before, but besides that. However, to go within is in the center between the two paths on the sides. All right, this knowledge area is not nowhere else. It's not on one side, understanding or wisdom. It's in its own path, but it's connected to the main little functions and activities of the world, which have to do with what? Awakening. which would be to remember. And that will ascend you into your will so as to align your will with the divine will or not. And if you don't align your will with the divine will coming from that ascension from the results, whether you start at the result or end up at the result, then you descend into 4 lower trees underneath this tree, cuz into the Cthulhu area. Which ain't even actually trees. Every number on every number sphere on these trees is actually a different number. Low key. And that's the only way you can get back to the original tree in order to try to continue ascending. But when you get to your will, we be feeling entitled because we feel like, you know what I'm saying, we want to take control of things because we've been deprived of true engagement. Unless we haven't, more so than we have. And that's always a plus for you. Because you can recognize where it's best to acknowledge a higher power. Because that's where that love would have derived from for you to have been exposed to it to begin with. Something beyond just whatever another person would be controlling more so than they are, of course, contributing to and serving or experiencing their own self and remaining true to themselves enough to build in a positive direction. You know, however many tries it take by the time they involve in you. Right? It's already established. Right? And that's a result in itself, but it's not necessarily so confused to where it's not more so a 1 than it is a 10. Because there's no difference between 0 or 1 or 1 or 10. Except for all the shit between it. Right? Because it's already designed, it's already designated, generally speaking. So anything you're doing outside of what it is for you to do is going to have its own derivatives. Which is interesting. I didn't think about that. That's also on the central path. That's the whole point of what I was even saying to you. Right?
That's not what makes truth the way that it is. What makes truth is the way that it is what behaviors were taken and what is the actual effect in the manifested world. That's how things are. It doesn't matter how we want them to be. They may be a completely different way right now than we want them to be. But most people in the world, they kind of believe that they're the arbiter of truth. And that's a bad place to be in. That's a very, very low level of consciousness. To think that if I don't believe that it's this way, it's not this way. Many people are trapped in that state of mind. The laws of the universe don't care about you. Laws have been created in this realm that work flawlessly. 100% of the time, flawlessly. The creator of the universe set these laws into motion, put them into effect, and they bind you. You and I are bound by these laws, whether we like it or not, whether we accept it or not, whether we understand it or not. They're in effect, and you are already creating the reality that we are experiencing based upon interaction with these unseen laws. Already. You're already doing it. You can never not be doing it. That's an impossibility. People will also try to give ridiculously overcomplicated and mystified definitions of what consciousness means. And many people are even scared of the term. Okay? We have to demystify these terms and bring them down to real simple English and real simple concepts that the average person can grasp. Okay? And stop trying to make it more complicated than it is. Being conscious of something, meaning having consciousness of it, is an ability of the being to recognize patterns. Remember, this is all about pattern recognition. To recognize patterns and meaning with respect to events that are taking place or have taken place, okay, both within oneself, okay, in the inner realm, in the lesser realm, the realm of the individuated consciousness, and in the realm in which the self exists and operates, the macrocosm. So it's our ability to accurately perceive truth of what has happened and what is happening. That's consciousness. That's consciousness. And it's made way overly complicated by people. It's mostly made overly complicated in the New Age movement, again. Now, how does consciousness express? There's a difference between what it is and how it expresses in our life. Consciousness expresses. I ask people, just tell me, what are the ways you could ever make yourself known to any other being? How can any other being come to know who you are in this incarnation, in this physical manifestation? How could they possibly come to know you? How could you manifest yourself or make yourself known to them? And there's only three ways: thoughts, emotions, and actions. Okay? And I would say speech falls into the line of the combination of thoughts and emotions. And speech is also a form of action. I'm using force to, make the air flow over my vocal cords to make sounds come out so that you can hear what the concepts I'm trying to express. So it is a form of action. And it derives from what we have thought up to this point and the emotions that we have, and we could express it through speech. So thought, emotion, and action. Thought you have to look at as the creative force that is the expression for consciousness within the individual. Okay? So it's a neutral force. You don't look at your thoughts as masculine or feminine, do you? But you do look at them as creative forces. In order for anything to manifest in the physical domain, it had to first exist as a thought. This computer, somebody had to envision all the parts, how it works, how it's put together. Okay? This camera equipment, the clothes you're wearing, the seats, everything that exists had to first exist in the realm of thought. Had to. By law. Then it comes into physical manifestation through action. Your emotions are a polarized component, you could look at it as. It is a feminine aspect of consciousness. Because other people don't feel your emotions. They could perceive or sense them. You're the one who's feeling the emotions in your physiology. It's an internal expression. You feel emotions inwardly, inside in the physiology. Hence, this is a feminine expression for consciousness. It is something that is not externalized and put out. It is something that is felt within. So the emotions in the mind-body-spirit connection are the spirit in which we do something. Okay, so that's the feminine force or the spirit. Of course, thoughts are within our mind, hence that's the mind component of the consciousness. Then there's a marriage between them. Okay, so you could look at thoughts as the creative essence, which then blends with or marries to the feminine. Now, see, we're getting into a notion that is taught in many different religious traditions. It's called the Trinity. And I challenge anybody, go and look in any of the Trinities that exist, in any of the religions. You can go back to Babylon. You can go to the Indus Valley traditions. You can go to the Egyptian and Cometian traditions, the Christian traditions. Every single religious tradition that is talked of a Trinity, okay, it is always a Father Creator, a sacred feminine figure, okay, of some kind that the Father then impregnates or inseminates in some form. And then from that offspring is born a male child. Always. Okay? What we're talking about here is the Father being the mind, the creative essence. Then the spirit or the emotions being the sacred feminine essence. Okay? Or the Holy Spirit, the emotions. And then the child, the male child, is behavior. It is the active or masculine principle that actually interacts with the physical world to change it. And hence, that is the only way to actually save ourselves. The nature of a human being is that a human being is programmable. Our nature is that we can be programmed. And there's another thing. That's another thing people don't want to hear. They don't want to hear this. I'm not saying we are computers. I'm saying we're like them in the ways that we can be programmed. So what gets put into a person through the environment, which is called the culture, all right, and becomes their programming, determines what they will output onto the screen, which is called human life. And that will create the human condition in the aggregate as more and more people operate that way. All right, so let's look at how this works. Human beings are programmable much like computers. Like a computer, if a human being has a bad file system format, that's the first thing you do when you're going to get ready to use a computer. You have to format the drive. A file system format is you got to format the hard drive so you can prepare it for a specific operating system, which is basically the task controllers. It's going to control what happens on the computer, how programs get launched, how memory is used, etc. in a nutshell. All right. If the human being has a bad file system format, right, this is akin to the operating conditions during a child's formative years, the first 6 years of their life, essentially. Now, think about it. We call this their formative years. They're formative years, like a format on a hard drive, because this is what puts the file system into the human being, that prepares it for its operating system. Okay? So, largely, what programs the child at this stage is the parents, and what they will see in their immediate environment and home and during their very early years in, quote, schooling. All right? Now, if, like a computer, if a human being also has a bad operating system, again, they are basically providing a platform that other programs will run in, and they're providing a graphical user interface. This is your culture. The operating system is the culture in which the programs run. Okay? So, let's say if you have a bad operating system, meaning you're already surrounded in a bad environment, in a bad culture, right? That's also going to negatively impact the output. And then they have bad software programs. Now, these are the programs that you run. Now, if I didn't have a good presentation piece of software, my presentation might come out sloppy. It might crash in the middle of it. It might not display the graphics or the text properly. Okay? So you got to make sure you're working with good, reliable software as well. Now, what the software is the belief systems. What the person has taken into the mind and is processed and made part of themselves. And now, if all of those things are bad, we have three bad components. The format is bad, the file system format, which is the formative years of the child. Okay? The culture is bad, meaning they're already growing up in a bad culture or in a culture that condones moral relativism, etc., and doesn't understand natural law. And the software programs that have been input into the child are bad, meaning their belief systems, okay? What do you think the output of that, quote, computer is going to be like? Is it going to be good? Is it going to be chaotic? If I screw up my system's hard drive format, if I put an operating system that is like at alpha state and it's not ready for prime time because the development's not finished, it's half-baked, okay? And then I load crappy software that's full of bugs and the developers didn't really care about programming them correctly. Do you think that computer is going to operate properly and give me the output on the screen I'm looking for, or output on the printout I'm looking for, or output on the internet that I'm looking for? Good luck. If you know a little bit about computers, you're laughing now because it would be ridiculous to assume that it could do that. Well, why do we think that we're going to have that in our environment when all of these things are badly programmed? See, the output onto the screen is also going to be horrible if all those three things, that determine how the system works are also bad. So it will contribute to deteriorating conditions on a mass scale. Like a computer, the behavior of a human being largely depends upon its programming. And its programming is the quality of the information that is being input into it. The quality of the information it's taking in. The quality of the information it's taking in is going to determine the quality of the information it's outputting, like any other computer.
the psychology and the knowledge of how to stress the womb and how to make a slave by stressing the womb of the woman and controlling the womb, then you control the nation. The problem is that they cannot deport us from anywhere. No matter what what negatives come about due to the social corruption here, they cannot deport us. So they have to continue to build jails. Do you understand? I want to make another point. This is Brother Noah. Get a 3 flag stand later, and you put the flag, the amity flag there. That's the Stars and Stripes. Now, what most people don't know is that this continental flag is the flag of the United States. The Stars and Stripes is our agreement for commerce. Yes, what they did is buried this and then told you the Stars and Stripes was the national flag. The Stars and Stripes is not the flag of any natal people. It does not identify with any bloodline whatsoever. It is a flag that came out of the Treaty of Peace and Friendship of 1787, which was a culmination before the Articles of Confederation and the adoption of the Constitution, when we decided to stop this silliness, meaning wise men decided to stop the pendulum. Because the wars between the Moors and the Roman nations have been stagnating civilization. Meaning it's no different than the position that we're in now with all the lies that have been told amongst government, and they're caught in a catch-22. They're going to create all-out war, a whole global war, or they're going to tell the truth. They're trying not to tell the truth. If they don't tell the truth, you're going to have chaos on this planet like you've never seen it.
You're right.
Do you understand?
You're right.
And it's going to be because of a lie.
It's already started.
Yes, but it's going to be because of a lie.
That's right.
The lie is being exposed.
Yes. Now that's where we are. That's where the problem is. And the problem that you have is that you have Asiatics and Europeans that have been set up in the political arena being in 2 different camps. But in fact, you actually have, in the real truth history, you have Asiatics and Europeans who agreed to this structure. And then you had Europeans who were undermining it. So this is where your matrix is. So whenever you have an issue before any court and you want to argue an issue, no matter what it is, and this is where people get trapped. Now I'm going to ask you, little sister, Princess. Princess. You ever heard the name or the word America, Americans? Are you familiar with it? You hear it a lot, don't you? Now we're going to run through a test. I'm going to show you something. This is a real key that you can use in law, etc. Whenever somebody's trying to trap you. Look how subtle it is. What do you know about that word, that name? You can talk a little louder, honey. Because right now you're the teacher.
I know that people that live in America are Americans.
Hmm?
I know that people that live in America are Americans.
All right, where's America? Geographically located. All right, let's look at this. You see here, Falkland Islands, huh?
Yes.
You see the tip of Argentina, Chile, huh?
Yes.
It's Argentina, Chile, right?
Yes.
You see up here, Alaska?
Yes.
Huh? You see up here, part of Greenland up here, just up here, just below Greenland?
Yes.
Or next to it? Huh?
Yeah.
Latitudinally, coming down here. You see these islands here?
Yes.
You see down here one of our old sacred places, Easter Island?
Yes.
That's America. Central, north, south. Tell me who's the American president?
George Bush.
Oh, he's the president of Brazil? Because that's the United States. You know that's the United States of America, don't you? Because it is. You know El Salvador is the United States of America. Did you know that?
No.
Mexico is the United States of America. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
That's because they cheated you in school. They did a deliberate dumb down so that you wouldn't understand that United States is a generic term. That's just like me saying woman or girl. So if I say woman or girl, am I addressing anyone specifically? You can answer, but you don't have to, do you? But if you assume that you're the only woman in here, you'll say that loosely, would never even give it a second thought, wouldn't you? Then all they need to do is create a fraudulent jurisdiction that's assumed and you don't challenge it, then they take you in it, and they have no authority whatsoever. There's no such thing as the American president. It doesn't exist. There's no such thing as the American flag. It doesn't exist. There is a such thing as American presidents and American flags that come from here on up, and all across all these islands. So when somebody comes before you and starts talking law and starts talking that he has jurisdiction over matter, the first thing is what you're supposed to ask him, oh, no problem. Where's your nationality card? That's for one. Then your certificate, delegation of authority order, that proves the jurisdiction of whichever America you're talking about, and whatever constitutional government you are aligned with. Then we can start talking the subject matter. Maybe, if I feel like it. Because you haven't even proved.
So if garbage goes in, surprise, garbage is going to come out. If good information goes in, quality will come out. And the output will be as one wants it to be. It will be able to process and create efficiently, effectively, not chaotically. Here's a very simple diagram. Again, if people understand it, they really get how natural law functions. And again, it's very unpopular. People don't want to look at what the bottom base foundation or platform of this structure is. Because once again, this idea that knowledge is what's required makes many people upset because they want to believe they're going to achieve these things they say they want without doing the work to acquire that knowledge and therefore understand the requirements for obtaining those conditions. So we start with available information. This constitutes potential knowledge, and it can become knowledge if it's taken in, if it's amassed, if it's aggregated. Okay? It can be gathered, it can be processed, it can be understood, and then it can be acted upon. You could call this the grammar stage of this three-part process I'm going to explain. Okay? You could also refer to this as the input stage. If we're looking at it in a computer model, this is the stage of inputting information or programming something. Okay? Now the next step that's built upon this is once you've taken information in, necessary information, you then come to a position of understanding it. You know what it means, you recognize the patterns. All right? So this is the second step in this process. Now, your understanding or lack of understanding, okay? Now, in the first stage, your knowledge or lack of knowledge is going to lead to understanding or lack of understanding. If you have understanding present, your decision-making processes are going to be in harmony with what you say you want. Okay? You're going to understand, if here's what I want, this is what's necessary to get that, to make that happen, to manifest it. That's understanding. It's a decision-making process that happens within the mind. These processes take place in the human mind and are chosen by each individual based upon available information. So again, you can see if information is held back, if it is occulted, or even if it's just people are dissuaded from taking it in because people will say, no, there's nothing there, there's nothing to it, right? You could see how they'll never get to this step. They'll never understand. They'll never get to the second level of creating our reality. The third stage to this process is what you do with what you have come to understand, to know and understand. So this is the action stage, okay? Each individual's behavior, the behaviors that they choose through their own free will, is based upon the quality of their decision-making processes that are happening within the human mind. Okay? That process, as we've already seen, is in return based upon the quality of available information. So this is behavior. See, people don't think of wisdom as behavior. They don't think of wisdom as action. They think of it as something that you just know. No, wrong. Wisdom is not knowledge or understanding. Wisdom is action. Let me say this again. Wisdom is action. It is knowledge and understanding that has been applied. So, based upon these three processes, something is generated. Something is created in the physical manifestation, physically manifested reality, the real world, so to speak. So, the manifested reality is based upon the aggregate behavior. Aggregate behavior. No one person is creating the reality we are experiencing. Okay? It's another fallacy of the New Age movement and thinking. In the aggregate, we are creating our shared reality. All the behaviors put together creates the output on the screen, or the generated result. Is it orderly? Is it chaotic? Well, that's going to be based upon whether someone took in the information, processed it efficiently to come to an understanding, and then acted upon it. The manifested reality is the quality of the condition which manifests in any given society based upon the aggregate quality of human behavior within that society. This is how our reality is actually created. The conditions that we experience as the daily events of our life. It's a simple three-stage process that leads to a result. And for many people here, you will recognize, if you've looked into this discovery process and this creative process, is known as the trivium. This is what the trivium is. In the ancient traditions, this is what the trivium was labeled. It was labeled knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. The trivium methodology of truth discovery has been completely obliterated from public consciousness. Many people have never heard the word. Instead of the trivium method of learning, the classical liberal arts education methodology. Because they want to try to sanitize that as much from human consumption as possible. They don't even want you to understand how that works at all. So you got to look into it and understand how it works. That's all I can say about it. It is how we build our reality, either efficiently or destructively. So, let's look at what some of the principles of how natural laws work first before we can actually find out what the expressions of these laws are in our lives, which will be the next section. These are what I call the general principles of natural law. Natural law is expressed through 7 basic underlying principles, plus what I have referred to as an 8th or hidden principle, which you hear very few other researchers, even people who are studying this from the occult perspective, who are studying this from the consequentialism perspective, you very hear them incorporate the 8th and all-encompassing principle, which I'll get to last here. This 8th principle, which I call the lost principle, binds all the other 7 principles together. All right? These principles together constitute a master key through which universal wisdom, including the knowledge of the requirements to obtaining what we desire, is then unveiled or de-occulted. These are the 7 general principles of natural law. Many people who have studied some variants of occultism may recognize these as what are known as the Hermetic principles. Hermetic essentially comes from Hermes. Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice great one, as he was referred to in the ancient Greek mystery traditions. 7 general principles. They are mentalism, correspondence, vibration, polarity, rhythm, cause and effect, which is a huge one, which we'll be getting into, and gender. So I'm going to briefly describe what each of these are and what they are about. The principle of mentalism states that the all, everything in creation, is actually a manifestation of mind. The all is mind. Okay, what this means is everything that happens has to be a result of a mental state which preceded it. Everything. For anything to exist, thoughts had to form first, and then they formed the physical reality after. The universe itself is a mental construct of the Creator. Thoughts lead to the manifestation of things and events. Thoughts create conditions. Thoughts create things and conditions. They cannot just magically manifest themselves. Thought comes first. Thoughts create our state of existence and the quality of our experience here on earth, ultimately. Therefore, we should be responsible for everything that we create by being responsible for that which we think. Because the thought processes are what are driving the behaviors. People behave the way they do because they have certain belief systems embedded in the mind and running like a program. Their thoughts and their emotions are driving their actions.
Oh, take out your Federal Reserve note. Yes, let's deal with Circle 7 in government. We're going to give you a Masonic code. Take out your dollar, what they call dollar. You know it's not dollars, fiat. Take it out. I don't want it now, though. I ain't doing it. Let's play. Take out your one, because we're going to go through a little lesson. And this is important. But we're going to go back to this point. And this will be good, too, for people to understand, because I'm going to finish this and I'm going to go to this. Now, see, so what happens is that the Moors gathered up the European sons and took them to Albion. Albion, after the Moors fell, is called England. And the reason why we took them to England, what you call actually the Caucasus Mountains, is because we're more compatible with their skin. It was not because of all this evil stuff people call them, evil of Yaqub and all that. No. Do you understand? One of the problems that the Moors made is that the Moors were creating a servant for themselves, and now they turn around, the servant become your God. That's your ancient karma. That's why you really need to know the old ancient history. Do you understand?
That's what the light-skinned Moors came in at.
What you call the mulattoes.
They were great.
The mulattoes are later. When you have around, particularly around, like say, in the Yucatan, where we did a lot of astrology in the ancient days, there's a pyramid of the sun. Like we have more pyramids in here, and like now down along the Nile, down the Mississippi River, that's really Nile, and it goes opposite because it's really pulled for fresh water, etc., from the atomic lakes, which you call Ontario, Erie, and all those really atomic lakes. All right, and the mist will always be across them because we use that for fresh water in the Western Hemisphere. But the whole point of it is some of the experiments took place there in the Temple of the Sun. We abandoned that area because we started new strains of disease, specifically with their multiple strains, was gonorrhea, syphilis, and tuberculosis from the experiments. We took the European sons, and we called them at that time lepers or leprechauns, right? And we took them to Albion because the mountains were more compatible with their skin. This is where you get that misconcept, and I say it is because it's true, misconcept of the caveman. That's a misconcept. And that's where they get the misconcept of the missing link. That's why they can't find it, because it doesn't exist. Do you understand? The theory is a fraud of the argument about the primate and the evolution into the man. No, the truth of it is the primate animals, also with genetic experiments with flowers, and the primate and the mixers in the Moabite woman's womb, and that's how we produce the European sons, which is also implied in the 25th, the 2 and the 5 chapter of Genesis, with the two sons, twins from the same mother, but they're two different nations. One is ruddy, pale, and hairy. The other is normal. One steals the other's birthright, and then reverse pattern. That's your karma. See, we'll tell you a lot of history in the astrology books, but people don't know what they're reading. Just like they'll read, and David, the son of this brother, and the son of this, and the son of this, and they think they're, generational sons where you have children. They're dynasties. So the concepts are wrong. But it's important for the Inquisitionists to tamper with the information in order to distract you, in order to dumb the world down, because they could not conquer the world. You can't defeat the Moors. They had to remove the Moors from the land, move them from your mind, because they couldn't defeat you physically. Because there's only one people on the planet, that's us. And everybody else is derivative. But yet we're all the same people. And once you start accepting that racism stuff, hatred, divisionism, all that crap entered, and they played you. And they've been playing you even now. That's why once you really understand the truth, Moors, and particularly Moors who understand the truth of the Great Seal, don't play into that hate game. Don't play into that divisional game. They stick with the law, and they stick with divine, moral, and ethical principles. Because that's civilization. Do you understand? Outside of that, you got anarchy, and that's not in anybody's interest. Because Mother Nature don't play. And she does not seek to preserve anything or anyone that does not seek to preserve themselves. And since we're tied together, the harm that you do to another, you do to yourself. It's just a matter of time. And that's the truth on how what you call ethical and moral principles are derived, because that's built in nature. It has nothing to do with your belief systems. Do you understand? And so that goes back to the Circle 7 and understanding it. But let's go back to this point. Let's go back to your dollar bill. Now you see that one there? Now take that I won't call it a dollar bill because it's not, this artifice, and fold it right in half. And then look at that light. And you'll notice that you'll see one seal. You got obverse, right? Are we clear on this? I don't want to go past this because I'm going to make this very clear before I go into this. Status, first issue at law. Jurisdiction and venue is determined and clear for the record. Not they saying, yeah, I think we have jurisdiction. No, bull. Documented for the record. If it ain't documented, they don't have it. That's how you challenge jurisdiction without saying, I challenge the jurisdiction of the court. That's right. You want in evidence before the people all issues in the matter, as well as the persons who claim to be parties to the matter. So status, so I put down my nationality card, here's yours. If you don't produce it, we ain't going no further. Now you see the problem, this is the problem that you're having with the immigration problem. You know what that thing they did, what I think it was 94, I forget what that thing that they passed in California, what resolution because once they started arguing the nationality, it's only two people here. That's the Moors, descendants of the ancient Moabites, and the Mexicans, also descendants of the ancient Moabites. Get the point? Huh? And everybody else is either European, or from Asia, or some of the islands, but they're not Aboriginal or indigenous to this land. So they have what you call, where do they derive their authority to govern here? There has to be some kind of covenant, don't they? Then they say, well, King George and guys and Charles is going to give us grant. They ain't grant crap. They ain't grant something in England. They ain't grant nothing here. Because we had government here before they even had government. That's why it was important for them to burn. Do you get the point? Huh? Yeah. And why it was important for them to say India was here as opposed to Asia where they first said it was. Because when Pedro navigated the ships to the Atlantis Islands, which they call the Virgin Islands today, the archipelago, they didn't ever hit the mainland. Do you understand? All right? And so they calling us Indians there too, because all on the islands, they find all these statues with feathers on, particularly on Easter Island, and they're thousands upon thousands of years old. They went to Cuba, and they got Moorish fort there. Puerto Rico, what they call San Juan, Moorish forts there. In Brazil, Moorish forts there. And they had to bury all this history. Do you understand? Because they were never able to come into the Western Hemisphere until they merged their kingdoms and defeated the Moors. So they had to wipe the Moors out of history because we ruled the planet. The 7 seas. Do you understand? So the Moorish Empire became the British Empire. Once you understand that, You understand why the sun neither rises or sets on the British Empire? Because it's really the Moorish Empire. Because we ruled the planet. And when they defeated the Moors, they inherited this, so to speak. Do you understand what I'm saying? You know, it's just like, for instance, let's go down Center City, right? And why do you think that in Philadelphia, it's Philadelphia, it's not Philadelphia? Whenever they're digging in Philadelphia, you know how they have security walls, for safety when they're digging and stuff like that? If you notice in Philadelphia, more than most other places when they're digging, they'll put solid walls as opposed to just simply security fences. Did you ever wonder why? They'll build solid walls
so that you can't see what they're doing,
as opposed to just security fences more often than not. It's according to where they are. Do you know why?
to hide what they're doing? It's either to hide what they're doing.
No, it's two reasons. Number one, so-called artifacts, which is bull. They're plentiful here.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
And they prove the civilization is more ancient than ancient. That's number one. You'll find tablets, stones, things written in Hebrew, Aramaic, Algonquian, etc. And you'll find little Venus statues all over the place. And we're not talking about Venus that's in Rome. We're talking about Venus representing the planet Venus in an Asiatic form, which the Statue of Liberty was designed after. That's why it's in copper. Copper, that's the alchemical metal for Venus, which is also the star that's in your flag. Friday, green, Freya. Get the point? And she's standing, 70 degrees? And you come 70 degrees down into the bay of the harbor, and she stands right over what they call New Jerusalem or New Jersey. And she has the broken chain, then she has the torchlight for knowledge in the book of knowledge, torchlight for freedom, liberty, etc. This is Moabitus and it's Venus. And it's ancient. You'll find it all over on this side of the land. You'll find Venus statues all over, so worn that the worn is worn. Do you understand? Huh? Venus is also what they use to celebrate as a symbol. They celebrate the vernal equinox, what they call Easter. And that's where they also named it the Secret Society Eastern Star. I'm just throwing this at you so you get some ideas, because I know you have other information. These are simply keys, because you need to know these things in order to understand how to fight them. It's sort of like, you know how we learn certain law procedures and processes, and they're indeed good, but you must understand they all are based in, rightfully, the federal question. You always establish the federal question. Do you understand? But they're based in the federal question, but you must understand, for that to exist, something preceded by agreement. So there were agreements, contracts made before the adoption of that Constitution that you need to know about. Which is why Article 6 of that Constitution is so vital for you to keep in mind. Because we had government here before that Constitution was adopted. Do you understand? Now, what the deal is, if they don't honor our Republican form of government, we don't have a problem with that. At that time, they not only don't have any jurisdiction in law, they don't even have any right to be here. They're supposed to be deported. But under color of arms and under force of arms, they can stay here and use color of law to enforce color of law on the land, which is what they've been doing. You get the point? That's what you need to know about this whole game. And you go from there in your concepts. Do you understand? Now, them same judges, those same judges talking smack, and they do talk smack, acting like prosecutors, which is practicing law across the bench. Because remember, in any issue of controversy, a judge is the what? Is the Peru. He's the Peru of the scales of Libra. And he knows it. He got a fez. There's a treasury seal right here on the front.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Now, you see those scales of Libra there? Huh? right? Now, look at this. You know how they say justice? Like you see justice, to have a symbol of a woman, and she'll be blindfolded, and she'll be holding the scales, symbolizing Libra, sign of Libra, which is law. And you see the palace that they call the White House is made geometrically, if you're looking from the sky only, in the sign of Libra. You look at the landscape, it'll be the sign of Libra. And you'll see the Supreme Court is Jupiter, the glyph of Jupiter. And you'll see George Washington's mansion is Gemini. And it's all zodiacally and astrologically laid out. Monticello, but you can only see it from the air.
Okay.
When you see it from the air, it will be like Gemini. See, all the signs are there. And then you have your compass and the squares and your stars. Now, you'll see as you go down for all the main houses of government, it'll be within your compass. And then the legs of your compass will end on 3rd Street for 3 degrees of masonry. Do you understand? I'm just giving you, that's another lesson. But I'm just throwing that at you so that next time you look at a map of Washington, D.C., then you'll understand Chief Justice Ben Bay, who they renamed in history as Ben Banneker. And you'll understand what he was teaching them really. And what the real design of Washington, D.C. was, as opposed to, well, he was a good architect and he helped design the White House and all this stuff. No, it's only white because they painted it because we burnt it down. Well, tried to anyway. And they painted it. And so that's why I call it the White House. But it's actually sandstone. All right. Now, see that line going up there? That north-south line? That's called Peru. All right? That's the judge. The principle of the position in civilization that a judge holds is the position of Peru. In a position of controversy, you're brought in before the justice that would be delegated authority by your constitution government through the people. He doesn't just have that authority. It is delegated. You understand? And he must be certified. Without certification, he's just some clerk or some magistrate claiming to be something that he's not, which they very often do. Do you understand what I'm saying? And you know that. And they get away with it because you don't challenge them. So don't let them start talking about, give me your lunch money and how, well, sis, you got that copper thing right here and you owe me $5 and you don't challenge it. You say, who are you? Where do you derive your authority? Don't tell me. I want to see it in writing. Other than that, we don't need no conversation. Now, can I go or are you going to try to injure me? You trying to steal my liberty? Are you threatening to hurt me? Are you threatening to take something from me? Put it in the record and sign your name to it. And there's witnesses here. Say it before them. Here's my nationality card. Where's yours? Do you have one? If you don't, there's nothing for you to say to me because I know you don't have any authority in this government. Can't. Well, I'm American. Well, go back to Brazil. No, I'm American here. You American here? What's here? America starts from Alaska down to Chile. What jurisdiction are you talking about? How you going to claim jurisdiction on my land? Because I'm indigenous. I'm Aboriginal of the land. Part and parcel of this said government. And politically, I'm a citizen of the United States Republic, conditioned by that Constitution. But I do have law that precedes that. Now, where's yours?
These stories, right? So I'm just sitting there learning wow, really to be a man is to be somebody who got the courage to be willing to throw down for something bigger than them. but then also to be vulnerable enough and have a sense of intimacy enough for that Socratic dimension, which is that self-criticism. It's the only way you grow, develop, and mature. And then when I read about the great figures of the past, from Frederick Douglass to Harriet Tubman, both simultaneously, man and woman, both of them, courageous, visionary, sacrificial, serving, the least of these, coming out of 25th chapter of Matthew. I said, I see. To be a man is to be willing to learn from a variety of others, women and other folk, but still acknowledge I've got something to do in light of what gifts I have and how do I cultivate those gifts. And then I learned it too, in the music. I have to be very honest about that Delphonics and Dramatics and Curtis Mayfield, especially, and Gil Scott-Heron and others provided real examples for me of how you be a black man with self-respect and with a love for the people, The Panther Party was very influential for me. That's my generation.
Yes,
you
sir.
see what I mean?
Yes, sir.
With Huey and the others. Oh, Lord have mercy. I saw those brothers march into my hometown in October 1966 with their guns.
Yeah.
And everybody going crazy. And Reagan don't know what to do. I said, dang, I got to find out what went into the making of these kind of brothers. Because it wasn't a question of ideology and politics.
Yeah.
It was a question of their sense of standing up for something they believed in, and they did it with style. They did it with style. Same was true of the Nation of Islam. They come into the community with those bow ties and sharp, with the bean pies and selling the newspaper. Yeah, I remember just, coming out of the club on Saturday night after slow dancing under the purple light. But I said, hey, these brothers, they got something that I need to learn from. Now, we struggled over I've had some wonderful conversations really with Ms. Louis Farrakhan on struggling over issues of patriarchy and other issues. But it was always an element of my own openness to learn, just like he was always open to learn. And we became brothers even as we agreed to disagree. And most importantly, that love is always deeper than any disagreement.
Yes, sir.
And that's crucial. The same would have been true with Elijah Muhammad if I had a chance to meet him.
Did you ever get to see him in person? Not to cut your wisdom.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad?
Yes, sir.
No, I never saw him. I never saw him in person. Not at all. I was talking to the Honorable Silas Muhammad, who right here in Los Angeles, he met the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He was 18 years old. And he said, I never felt so much love coming from a human heart as when I met the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's what Silas said. I'm just sitting there listening. Me and Brother Malik, Zulu Shabazz, we just sitting there listening to him, you see. And you see, most of the world doesn't see that. They don't hear that because they got all the misconceptions and the lies about the brother and so forth. And it's not, again, you got to agree with everything. Now, first, what was the initial impression of all of this love flowing from him to this young brother, 17 years old? James Baldwin said the same thing when he met the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Remember in Fire Next Time?
Yes, sir.
He says he had this unique kind of smile. And then he adds, I wonder what it would sound like if he could sing the blues. He said, oh, Lord have mercy. Probably would have been a soft version of Muddy Waters and Howlin' Wolf. But it would have been softer because Honorable Elijah Muhammad had a gentleness about him, just from what I could see. You know what I mean? And it was different than the gentleness of some of the other disciples that he had, because he had his own unique temperament and quality. And of course, as a messenger, he had a special status within the context of the nation. But I'm saying all of this to say that all of these elements come into the making of my conception of what it is to be a man. And the common denominator of it is a radical freedom in love, a radical love and freedom, a love of the people, that's seeking the truth and seeking justice in order to empower the people, but also a sense of willingness to grow, of self-criticism, so that you recognize you always can learn from others all the time till the day you die.
When doing my research, it reminded me of my interest in philosophy and studying these different schools of thought, Black intellectualism, Black, nihilism, and Black existentialism, right? And what are these terms and what do they mean? And going down this rabbit hole and developing this art of thinking, right? I think that's a tough thing for most people. It's easy for them to go into theology, to follow a subject that was given to them, but asking themselves to think about something for themselves of what does it mean, man, that's how we get to a great world where we have the minds that are capable of building it. And everybody is not qualified. I think it requires a certain interest. Everybody is not qualified to be the thought leaders of the culture. But popularity is dictating who becomes the leaders of the culture, when that's not it. Because there are many people who are great intellectuals, have great ideas, great analysts, scientists, engineers, but they have zero popularity and platform. And so we have to change this for measurement that fame somehow is a value. Fame is a value when it's leveraged for good impact and goodness and service. But what do we serve and who do we serve? And now is the question. Definitely didn't serve that pocket, that's for sure. How we do things, and the youth is like, well, I don't respect it. I'm completely disconnected from it once. And then the other, they grew up in a modern world where that connection of being in a world that is post-Obama. I remember growing up when before there was a black president. They don't know a time when there wasn't a black president. So the history of America is a different paradigm, the way they perceive things. So you can't throw the same rhetoric at them, right, to get them uneasy because their values are different, right? So how do we get to a point where, number one, we have to, if we look at culture, culture is a fight of values. There's good culture, bad values, good values. And unfortunately, some people have good values, but we still support a bad culture of bad values, right? So if you take this as a moment that becomes a movement and people say, you know what, with good consciousness, I can't give my vote to left or right. I'll give it to Cornel West, right? But then that means that you abstract so much voting power from Joe Biden. So I was asking a mentor of mine today, I'm like, or a peer to I call him, right? We peer and mentor each other. I was asking him, what would you ask Cornel West? And he said, well, how do you reconcile taking the votes away from Joe Biden with the risk of putting Donald Trump in there, who he says represents, violent white supremacy, right? And do you believe that you can win, right, mathematically based on where your race is and projected to be?
Right. No, boy, you got a lot of good stuff there, man. I'm so thoroughly enjoying this conversation.
Yes, sir.
Man, I really do. I really do. Thank you for having me. But one is, I want to go back first to those three pillars that you talked about, because that's the lens through which you talk about voting. See, anytime you just start with voting in two parties, you already got a narrow, emaciated, truncated context. It's because the question becomes, well, where did just those two options come from? See, in the 1850s, you had to choose between two slaveholders. Well, Frederick Douglass said, I got to choose the abolitionist movement. And he ended up with Liberty Party, which is the third party. But the three pillars that you talked about, black self-respect, black self-determination, and black self-defense, those have always been crucial pillars for our movement. And a lot of disagreement how we understand self-respect, how you understand self-defense, how you understand self-determination, but that's the common elements. And once you lose sight of that, then you end up invoking your ancestor and then still selling out. See, they didn't sacrifice themselves to sell out. And none of them died just for the right to vote.
Yes, sir.
They died because the right to vote was an expression of their self-respect, self-defense, and self-determination. If they in Mississippi and they got a choice between the left-wing version of the Klan and the right-wing version of the Klan, they ain't died. You say, somehow you got to choose one of these Klan gangsters.
Yes, sir.
No. You see how it gets flattened out?
Mm-hmm.
So that, and when you look at our present moment, you see our present moment is a moment in which everybody's for sale. Everything is for sale. That's what predatory capitalism is all about. It turns everything and everybody into commodities. So that the politicians are for sale. Who's buying them? Big donors, big beneficiaries, big lobbyists, big military. You buy them, get for their vote. They then give them huge amounts of money. And you end up with a political system of legalized bribery, normalized corruption, because everybody's for sale. Now, the challenge of black politicians is if they get caught into that, how they going to legitimately invoke Martin Luther King Jr. and Fannie Lou Hamer and Malcolm X when they selling themselves? And so you have to tell that truth. And that's a painful thing because the whole system is designed in such a way is that if you have leaders and politicians who have sold themselves for the highest bidders, but have to present themselves as if they're freedom fighters and truth tellers, they're going to have a lot of work to do. And sooner or later, as Cat Williams pointed out, in the year of truth, that veil is going to be ripped off.
Yes, sir.
And you're going to start seeing, wait a minute, these folk talking about they concerned about black folk, then how come you're getting all these millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical companies so that you can't support Medicare for all, but still act as if you committed to the black poor? You can't do it. And we can go on and on other examples. Talk about you tied to a Democratic Party and their major base is the black community, but they can't push through a John Lewis voting rights bill. The bill itself is weak as pre-sweetened Kool-Aid. How come we got to renew a voting rights bill for black people every generation anyway? If we citizens, that's Malcolm's point. Back in the 60s, he's right about that.
Yeah, fighting for human rights.
Absolutely. So that the truth telling must proceed. But you can't tell the truth if you for sale. That's a noose around your neck. And we end up then with what? We end up with a conception of politics in which it's only focused on the present and the future is a repetition of the present. So any conception of the future is what? Well, you got to vote for Biden. Got to vote for the Democrats. Black people been voting for these Democrats all this time. Look at all this social misery. Look at this suffering. Look at the gentrification of these folk coming in because they got money-driven, market-driven real estate policies and so forth. The child poverty. What is almost 40% of black children living in poverty, and they gonna tell us this is an excellent economy. No, it ain't. That's a lie. Kamala Harris says it. If James Clyburn says it, this is a great economy. Quit lying. It's not for Jamal and Letitia. It's not for them. It ain't great. You see what I mean? So quit just imitating the mainstream in that sense. But what happens is that you always must stress the three dimensions of time: the past, the future, and the present. So Sankofa, this is what our black nationalist brothers and sisters have taught us, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't proceed unless you connect with the best of the past.
Yes, sir.
Well, what capitalist culture does and what the market-driven culture does is try to convince black folk and everybody else, but especially black folk, we don't have access to the best of our past. All we have access is the dynamics of the present. And the dynamics of the present is money, money, money. It's like Wu-Tang Clan. Cream.
Yes, sir.
Cash rules everything around me. They're not rule me, but it's around me.
That's the cultural value. That's
the dominant
the hierarchy
cultural value.
of value. Money go
money,
be at
money,
the top.
money. That's number one.
Yeah.
And just getting over. Survival of the slickest. But that's true for Wall Street. It's true for Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
It's true for the streets.
Yeah. Machiavellianism.
That's the Machiavellian we started with. So the question becomes, well, how do we get access to the best of the past? When you get access to Du Bois and Mary Clyde Bethune and Malcolm X and Toni Morrison and James Baldwin, they ain't talking about selling out. They ain't talking about money.
Right.
They're talking about freedom. They're talking about dignity. They're talking about self-determination, self-defense, and self-projection of the best of who we are. So you got connection with the past, intervening in the present for the future to look different. The future is not going to be just a repetition of the present. A future where black dignity is respected, it's going to look very different than the black America that we know. Oakland going to look different.
Yes, sir.
Southside Chicago going to look different.
Yes,
it's
sir.
not to say we don't have pockets of it. We do. You all, work you're doing right now, courageous, visionary, but it's not as pervasive as we would like.
Yes, sir.
Because the love that we have for our people means we got to love them, correct them, challenge them, affirm them, and never allow them to fall prey to wholesale illusion. And if we tell black folk right now, this is the best we can do, or the standard you all are setting is the standard that all the other young folk are saying, no, that's not true. You all are setting a high standard. And everybody else has to come to terms with those standards, even as you all continually learning and growing and maturing like everybody else.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it would be like us playing basketball. Michael Jordan show up. We say, oh, shoot, he's just like everybody else. No, he ain't.
Right.
That brother setting the standard.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? Curtis Mayfield setting the standard. Aretha sets a standard. They ain't like everybody else. They human like everybody else, but they set a standard. So is true in politics. So is true in economics. So is true in spirituality. So is true in our relationships with each other and so forth. And all of us are going to fall short at some time.
Yes, sir.
All of us do.
I look at some of the most prudent issues to me. Number one is a complete reformation of what we call culture and what's represented as. But number two, if we look at black men in America, we have the worst statistics categorically, right? Health,
right,
and economics, right? And mental health, right? And all these different categories. But when it comes to politics, it's not even on the agenda as a huge issue, right? I personally know so many black men living in current crisis at a percentage that's so high, right? That I couldn't pursue another agenda as important without addressing this one. Right? Because I see it in my brothers. I see it in my uncles, my fathers, my cousins, my peers, people that I grew up with that I know. And I'm like, bro, this is a crisis. The level of issues, right, is way too high.
Yeah,
and
that's real, though.
I've never seen a cancel march for black men. Never. I've never heard a politician specifically address, issues in the black community as it relates to the black man. So what this does is it puts you against the wall to say, okay, well, I got to do this by myself. Now, when you by yourself, right, it gets you to, I was looking at black nihilism before this. You end up in this space of despair that nothing matters. Nobody's coming to help you. I need to help myself, but do I even have the strength? Because that internal self-resilience and confidence, if that's not there, and number one, when we see it, it's an outlier mentality. So it does represent the greatness, that spectrum, that's the highest standard, but it's an outlier. It's not what's common. The common practice today, right, is despair, falling to their weakness. I meet so many black men across America. Like I speak at a lot of different nonprofits and black nonprofits, and the black men that I speak to, they have such a basic level of need, right? And that basic need is a fathering, right? The lack of fathering. My brother Blue Pill asked me to look up the Moynihan report, right? In the early 60s about the black families.
65 Daniel Moynihan, yes.
Yeah, but I found some interesting stuff in there as he was talking about the pathology of the family, right? And specifically, he was talking about the matriarch of the black family and how no other culture in society has dealt with the matriarch right, as their primary leadership as they're trying to build wealth and build up their society, right? And seeing black people as a nation. And he spoke on how that was going to create an undue strain on the mother and an undue strain on the father and the children, and how that imbalance of, number one, having, today we got a crazy baby mama, baby daddy culture, which is people that have less resources, access to capital and education, having more children than they have, wealth in reserve to actually take care of and raise.
Right.
And so he was explaining how in every other culture, the middle class have less children. So they're not going to go past like 3 or 4 because they don't want to put an undue strain on the new wealth that they're just starting to gain. Right. And so I thought about that in our community, is that we don't family plan enough. The black family is not at the crust of, this is the core of our issue, because the black family then becomes a way to where power and wealth and knowledge can be passed over time. You can't plan in time unless you have a family. I have a son. I teach him. He has a mission in life. He passed on to carry the family name, right? But if I got 10 sons, 3 of them in prison, right? One of them depressed, one of them dead and gone, right? There's an undue mental strain on this one, just thinking about the dynamics of the family and where he fits in that, right? And then when he does get wealth, that wealth is not solely based on his mission of bringing up, but maintaining those who don't have.
Yeah.
Right. And normally that's what happens when there's somebody who is an outlier in the family. The family doesn't rally around. Individualism sets in and it becomes competition. And then there's this cannibalism that's in the family to where y'all start fighting each other comparatively because the needs have never been set. You can't raise that many children and give them the proper amount of time to nurture their needs, so that once they're on their own, then they say, okay, now that I don't have the needs of, of feeling significant, right? Because I wasn't told enough that I was somebody.
Right.
They can focus on growth, developing skills, right?
That's right.
That's where the wealth conversation comes in. What are your thoughts around wealth? Because I know, if you can preface, we're starting off with breaking down your ideas about capitalism and socialism. How can socialism work for us today? And where does capitalism fit in that spirit of, being able to create our own and do for self?
I mean, part of the wickedness of the worst of capitalism is that it puts a premium on greed. And I think greed is wicked. It's cold and callous. It produces cold and callous people vis-a-vis other people who are suffering. As if you have no connection, don't need to care, don't be concerned. You see, but what socialism does at its best, because the worst of socialism can be ugly too in terms of repression and domination. Socialism at its best puts a premium on cooperation. Even the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, when he talked about economics, it was what? Cooperative economics. W.B. Du Bois, they don't have the same religion, don't have the same ideology. What was he talking about? Cooperative economics. Even a Marxist like Huey Newton.
Yes, sir.
Huey, what you talking about? Communalism. Cooperative economics. What does that mean? That just means that you got to get beyond egoistic greed and selfishness and want to produce, be disciplined, but also share. Also be concerned about others who might not have the same kinds of gifts or energy or gusto that you have. And therefore you're concerned about a community, a us mentality, rather than just a me mentality. Now that's why I don't really spend too much time with the isms in a way. I mean, capitalism is in fact obsessed with short-term profit. You got a fossil fuel industry right now that's so obsessed with short-term profit, they'd rather have the whole planet go up rather than them stop gaining assets of short-term profit. You say, then that's egoism that's calling into question the condition of whether human beings even exist or not.
Yes, sir.
But the same is true with enslavement of us. It was not just hatred of black people, but it was a hatred tied to greed, all that free labor. We producing more profits than any other system in the world. Not just in the United States. Trillions of dollars. Then That was out of greed. And the average black man and woman dying at 27 years old, they didn't give a dang. Just keep reproducing them or bringing them back in. And of course, in, the other parts of the New World, it was really much more importation and reproduction. You see, in Haiti and other places as well. Just let them die off and just keep bringing it. Keep the shift coming. That ain't nothing but greed, man. That's sick at a pathological level. And yet it's been so crucial in terms of affecting us. So what am I saying? What I'm saying, though, is that we need access to resources, food, shelter, and then, of course, quality education, safety. And it's true, if you take jobs with a living wage out of any community, I don't care what color they are, if you have guns and drugs overflowing, coming from the outside, it ain't being produced from the inside. For what? Money, big profit. No matter where it is, you're going to have crime. You're going to have addiction. You're going to have unbelievable contestation and tension. That's true anywhere, you see. But you remember now the anthology that Haki Mahibute and Maulana Karenga put together for the Million Man March. Because I was blessed to be a part of that. We traveled all around the country. Ben Chambers, myself, and Minister Louis Farrakhan. And they put the book together. There you got reflection on black men. Different political, ideological, analytical points of view. Because they had all get Manny Marable, the great Marxist, who died. He was my dear brother. He died at 60. You got his voices in there and all the other voices, got my little voice in there too. But that is a crucial text.
Yes.
Then you got Tavis's text, The Covenant with Black men. Now the new version's coming out next month. See, August 15th. I was just with Tavis 2 days ago and bringing that back again.
Yes, sir.
Now that's about the community as a whole, but black men very important because we crucial part of the community, the sisters too, and the children too, but very important. So but also I want to mention Elijah Anderson. I don't know if you got a chance to read any book by Elijah Anderson. It always focuses on the plight of young black brothers in the hood and other places, but especially in the hood, and how we've come up with ways of responding economically, socially, what's coming at us. And then, of course, the worst, which is killing each other, disrespecting each other, not trusting each other, not learning how to work together, not learning how to affirm each other. You see. But you got to keep track of the best and the worst. And the older brothers like me, I always have to be reminded when I speak to young, brilliant, courageous, visionary brothers like you, of a younger generation. You see, I can't compare you solely to the best of my generation. Because I had the worst of my generation too. You see, you represent the best, but there's the worst.
Yes, sir.
We had the best and the worst. Every brother wasn't Malcolm and Martin. I can tell you that right now. You see what I mean?
But when we think of the past, we go to the best to represent.
Exactly. People the best. You got brothers in the barbershop talking about, Martin and Malcolm represent me. No, Johnson. No, Roosevelt. What were you doing at night? Well, yeah. How many times you go to jail other than police messing with y'all? For the people. Zero.
Yeah.
Except for all the shit between it. Right? Because it's already designed, it's already designated, generally speaking. So anything you're doing outside of what it is for you to do, is going to have its own derivatives. Which is interesting. I didn't think about that. That's also on the central path. That's the whole point of what I was saying to you. Right? Because we all one, and we're supposed to be living towards what is called harmony. And that doesn't mean that everybody does the same thing. It means that everybody does their own thing to the fuller and fuller capacity, without these conditional sort of ultimatums and pressures and stuff like that. Right? It's like What is law? What is, you know what I'm saying? What is all that? Ain't nobody trying to kill nobody. For what? You should never get to a point to where you're that emotional. You know what I'm saying? Emotions have a place between a man and a woman. And you're never going to get to a point to where you want to kill them before you want to heal them. You know, or you would automatically be healing whatever would be turning to you wanting to kill them. Right? And that's why there was two men killing each other, nigga. Yes. Hey, it is what it is. That's where emotions fucking belong, cuz. Between a man and a woman. Oh. Simple as that. Right? Because all the other spheres is all emotions, cuz. They represent the emotions. Right? The higher spiritual mind, it's enough. It's going to already, you know what I'm saying, be loving enough. It's going to be passionate enough. It's going to be desirable, you know what I'm saying, desiring enough. It's going to be imaginative enough. It's going to be emotional enough, yo. It's every emotion. It's not one or the next emotion. You know what I mean? It's complete. It's integrative, right? It's harmonized. So confusion was created. And that's where we get interruption, basically, from what the path was for life. I suppose I started to speak about a bunch of shit and then what I was just saying right now. But I started off saying what? The only evil is confusion. Okay? The only enemy is ignorance. You not to realize exactly what's proper to be involving your energy in. The only evil is confusion. The only enemy is ignorance. Okay? Ignorance in itself will have you believing that you know something that you don't. But what is there to know anything? You know? Like, it's all about really what it is that you want. You know what I'm saying? Your desire will blind you. You know what I'm saying? Your emotions will blind you. You know what I'm saying? From seeing. Right? That's also what set represents, niggas. Blindness, nigga. Literally. The nigga represents blindness. Not blondness, nigga. As in not even just darkness, nigga. Not only just darkness, because as it's dark at night. But you can at least see the darkness, cuz. Cuz can't even see the darkness, cuz. The nigga that confused, my nigga. You couldn't tell the difference between darkness or light, family. Blind. So your emotions will blind you. Have you feeling like you got something figured out? Right? It's about desire, right? Because desire is all set, right? Passion is will, which is Haru or Horus or Shango, which represents masculinity, represents warriorship, represents lightning and force of exacting. Yes, fire in itself. But there's only so many male deities here, okay? We got the father, husband, which is all the deities unless, you know, they say Set actually has some kids. All right? And that's where you get Anubis from, right? But Anubis is not Anubis, Orisha. As far as the Orishas, you only got so many male Orishas. I think you got more female Orishas than you got male, to be honest. That might be the same amount. I'm not sure. That's a lot of them, though. That's a lot that I don't even really know about. It's the main ones, though. But the point was what? How you got passion and desire, and how that will blind you because it's all emotional to a certain extent. Not all, but until you build it up to where it's purposely effective and not destructive and disordered. You know what I'm saying? And confused and tangled all up. Then it's only going to be an emotional sort of realm. Or fucking resonance, or what is it, frequency, or whatever the fuck. Yes, because the lowest emotion is grief, right? You take grief all the way through shame, through guilt, right? Up to anger, up into, appreciation and gratitude up into fucking happiness. But these are all emotions until you get up to bliss, right? Which bliss is not necessarily an emotion, right? Because it's past enlightenment, it's past awakening and realization. Because it's past enlightenment, it's past awakening and realization. It's past joy, into the realm of consciousness, yes? Which these energies are basically just being cornered, basically, to what answers a particular presentation, basically. That's what it is that I'm getting at. As far as what do you intuit in your life? What is your intention? A lot of us have limited scope because we only see so much as possible. We only see so much even as worth considering outside of what's definitely and obviously possible. Or directly or immediately possible. Or most immediately possible. Even if it take years, ain't nobody even trying to wait years for what take years. It's not like it's not as if you're doing it, realizing and loving the fact that it could take however long it needs to take. And whenever it is that you do approach anything that way, shit, nigga, you get way more done than you could have ever imagined or expected to get done. Is the reality. But most people don't think that way. Because first of all, they realize it's not necessary to think that way in order to get particular results. But just because you have in mind what might work for now, like I said, that's conditional. Things change. But there are unconditional things, starting with that unconditional love. Right? Which is the wisdom, which is to learn from what it is you thought was knowledge by applying that knowledge to whatever results and seeing it through. Right? Now, seeing it through is going to give you insight. It's going to help you to see, to understand your possibilities better. Anytime you finish something, you're going to be able to see, okay, what's possible or not actually possible. Right. And your understanding of that, or your accepting of that, or quote unquote realization or acknowledgement of that has to be applied. That acknowledgement or realization needs to be applied in every way, and hopefully the most universally harmonious way, so that you're not spending more time, having to prove what you've already proven. But sometimes you got to prove things 3 times in order for it to be proven the way it needs to be proven. In fact, every time you prove anything, you need to prove it 3 times at least. But every time you prove something, there's a point I'm making, it changes it as far as how it applies to whatever else it's compared to. Right? So what are you comparing, first of all, in your initial interest or intention? Well, hopefully you shouldn't be comparing anything. But for the most part, we are competing. Even in the smallest ways, even in impersonal ways, we competing with ourselves, with what we want better for ourselves, or what we want to change about whatever else. When just because it's able to be changed, the change would fit your desires or passions or your preference more comfortably. You change too, and what you like changes when you change. So you've already spent time changing something to your liking. Then your liking changes. Now, how it already changed from what it was before is related to how now it needs to be changed, if you change it at all, or just accept it since you already changed it, even though you don't necessarily even like it no more. Because you like different things, because we change. We grow. We should be changing in growth. The point of what I'm trying to get to you is that faith, which is the idea in itself, is to where you should be returning from power back up, right? Because you got the power to do anything, not have the power, but the power is there so as to move in any direction, even if it is back to love from where it comes from, and then up to faith and into another idea, like we said. When we prove things, when we realize the realization in itself, you can even say self-realization, because all of this has to do with you as an individual. How it connects to other people's individualities and individuations of their selves, which clinically they say involves the subconscious mind and all this extra shit as far as what a self is, and how these very ancestors that gave us this guidance told us to know thyself. That's what they mean. The self in itself is the idea of what the self would be. But it's beyond that, because once it is that, you go through the steps necessary so as to prove that it actually is what it is that you're classifying it as, it can become more, especially in reference to whoever else would say, if they not saying the same thing you saying for whatever reason. Harmoniously, yes. Which that's that peace and harmony. You don't have peace without harmony. You don't have harmony without peace. Okay, now everybody don't have to agree, but at least agree to disagree. You know what I mean? Because that's harmonious in itself. That's balanced, at least. All right, you wanna fight each other, and you wanna basically control another person based on pride. You know what I'm saying? Based on whatever, based on emotions. It would have to be based on emotions, because you can't get nothing real done. You won't get no complete results operating on anything lower than love. Okay? It's love and peace, wisdom, understanding, which would be love and power. Otherwise, because power is interesting. Right, you have the power is there, not that you necessarily have the power, unless it is that you take it and try to claim it. But you can do what you want to do. But like I said, what's effective is effective, and it's you have conditional things, you have unconditional things, and there's already unconditional elements of life that deserve to be respected in reference to whatever it is whatever position or direction you take in the power, because you didn't create that power, even though you might have it. So don't confuse yourself, guys. Because confusing is evil. Okay? It's the part. And how you going to become unconfused? It's through harmony. It's through finishing what you start.
You haven't even proven who you are. What happens is we keep on assuming people have jurisdiction because they can say, sis, I'm the agent of left-hand side of Bibelfetzer Incorporated. Where's your $5 from that bill I sent you? And you start saying, oh man, I didn't get my second job. And you start talking the subject. You start talking the jurisdiction. You give the jurisdiction because you haven't recognized that I didn't even establish it. Meaning that no one has authority in civilization or in government unless verified by the sovereignty of the people. Governments are established to protect, do you understand? And preserve and secure the existing, pre-existing rights of people. That's called inalienable rights and is more relative to what birthrights are. Do you understand, sister? I know not immediately, but I started off with you being involved because you need to recognize, and that is us plurally, that when somebody starts throwing that American loose to you, and the United States court, and the United States this, they can be talking about this, they can talk about this, and if they don't have any allegiance to the Constitution, they haven't set it up, they didn't prove anything to you. They can have you in some pirate court, and you don't even know it. And you agreed to it because you allowed the jurisdiction because you didn't challenge who they are in the first place. So there's a set of questions. Whenever you have an issue of controversy, particularly if they put you in a position where you have to defend yourself, remember at all times, one of the things that really got a lot of the secret societies upset and government upset, that really kind of broke the back of this thing that started this whole cycle in early 1900s when New Abdali started the Moorish Divine National Movement, and one of the first things he did was start issuing the indigenous people their nationality cards. That began a cycle that they didn't understand at the moment. But what it begins to establish is the true jurisdiction or true sovereign of the land. But if it's not used properly, you can't understand it. Do you understand? Meaning that, like right now, say me and you, Griswold, say, man, oh, we finished now. Let's go have some lunch, man. They got some nice kelp sandwiches back there and nice vegetable stuff. And so we're going to go, let's go to Russia right now. So now we're going to go to Russia. We jumped in Russia and we're going to start talking trash. Well, the Russian Constitution says you can't do this and you can't do that. First thing they want to argue is, we don't have a problem either way or the other. Where's your nationality card that gives you any authority to even argue law here? Now, if you're dealing with an issue of controversy between more than one state, we can deal in consular court or court of general sessions or some international court, but you can't come here and start arguing law. You understand? You're starting to talk privileges then. But if you're a citizen, and you can only be a citizen, then you can be a natural citizen of the land, and you can be a political citizen of an organized government. Both of which, and more to the second than the first, requires proof. You know, it is no different than, you know, like under a colorable jurisdiction, like say, for instance, like in a jurisdiction where they steal the people's rights of travel and then incorporate the person and then put them in a commercial entity and then regulate the people's right of travel and then rob them that way under the guise of law. And then if a private security officer, because they're not officers really, so that's wrong. If a private security agents, which they call police, because they're not elected, so they're not officers, stops a person, whether they call them citizen or not, stops a person and asks that person, where is their license? Well, the person should also ask them, where's your delegation of authority order? Because that's where they're supposed to have received certified authority from the Congress of the United States Republican form of government that they have a right to even question the citizens under limited conditions for security purposes only, and if you committed a crime. And only one can really do that is a sheriff and anyone he deputizes, because he's the only true law according to the law. Do you understand? Anyone else is just another citizen of some private corporate agencies that's talking trash because they don't have a right to question the citizens. See the difference between a Republican form of government and a democracy? And why they always run around telling you about a democracy? It's not a democracy. No democracy was established here. I don't know what anyone's talking about. Except that somebody's been setting you up to steal your birthrights. And as soon as a politician, I don't care who they are, start running their mouth and start saying democracy, immediately recognize that they're an enemy. Forget about what they say. Forget about whether they're smiling. Forget about whether they're nice guys. They belong to the secret society of clubs of inquisitionists whose mission was to overthrow the United States Republic. Do you understand? And to institute and maintain slavery bureaucratically. Do you understand? I don't care if they say something in your favor. Do you understand? Don't be deceived.
The bottom line is the same.
Exactly correct. Now that's for start. That's for starters. So that's for starters. So one of the first things that we're going to do to start correcting this thing is anyone who claims to have any capacity, authoritative capacity in government, they don't move on anything with you without you questioning them right on down the line, starting off with their nationality card, their DOAO, Delegation of Authority Order, certified number to the Congress of the United States Republic or agency where their authority can be verified on the public record. And if it can't be, or if they're not forthcoming with it, or they don't have it in their possession, you have no problem with that. That person at that time has no authority, no different than if they stop a person under color of law on the street, asking them for a license, and they don't have a license, according to the colorable contract that they forced the people into, they're not supposed to be driving on the street. Am I correct? Likewise, if they don't have a DOAO, they're not supposed to be operating in government.
Excuse me. Name that again so you can write that down. I got that.
Here you go.
Delegation of authority.
Delegation of authority order. And what that would be, what they would claim a license would be to a slave on the street to travel the land, is what that is to anybody who says they have any authority in the first place. You don't know. There's a person that came from McDonald's down there. You know, the guy was that back there sweeping the grease out of the grease pit back there down at McDonald's. And he went around the other side, put on a uniform, jumped in the car, and ran to stop you and start telling you you owe him something? Yeah. Like a highwayman? Well, DOAO, with verifiable numbers, is what identifies that person. So if somebody pulls out some ID and tells you, well, I'm an agent of the Bibelfetcher of the left-hand side of the Ostbasseldorf of the United States, and you say, oh, please, don't say that again. I'm so nervous. There's so much money. You know, don't even go there. You ask them for ID, and a driver's license is not an ID. That verifies that you have a contract with a private corporation. Do you understand? That politicians have a contract with to get a kickback for robbing you, forcing you into contracts with private institutions, which they don't have the authority to do, but they did it.
Ooh.
You get the point?
Say that again again. Say it. Move it slow, please.
Politicians who were slaveholders dumb the people down, saying this is a democracy. They created an admiralty court called traffic court, listed it under crimes, because the Constitution only allows a criminal court and a civil court. And you can't try a civil case in a criminal court, and you can't try a criminal case in a civil court, can you? Now, where did the Constitution set up traffic court? To stop the people for freedom of passage on the land.
That's right.
Apartheid. So they created traffic court, which really is an apartheid court. So that slaves, so-called slaves, could never be free. Because if they could stop your movement, just like you dam up a river on a stream, you create death. Because movement is life. And so you can regulate the economy simply. If I want to break your family up, all I got to do is send out a fake officer to keep stopping you on the corner, take your license, and you can't make a living. But they never had that right. Government never had that right. Now, these are private, corporate entities that operating on private charter that's using supreme law of the land to interfere with the rights of the citizens and the natural people and robbing them. Legally. Not lawfully, legally. Legal and lawful is not the same thing. So don't get that caught up either. Do you understand? Because the supreme law is the Constitution. Now, let's look at this.
Because you didn't create that power, even though you might have it. So don't confuse yourself, guys. Because confusing is evil. Okay? It's the part. And how are you going to become unconfused? It's through harmony. It's through finishing what you start. You have to finish what you start. Now, that means that you have to be clear of what you start. Now, if you're not clear on where, and you already started, or you weren't clear when you started, but you have become more clear now, that don't mean necessarily going back to your memory, which is just above whatever results, because the results is that point where you come back to every time, wherever you circulate from. You know what I'm saying? It's going to have to do with her for sure, though. Most absolutely. There's hers everywhere. There's hers everywhere, whether it's your daughter, whether it's your mom's, whether it's your wife, whether it's your sister, whether it's your auntie, whether it's your niece, whether it's your great-great-grandmother. And those are the paths, my nigga. Low key. Every path lead to her. Right? Before it comes to any result. The only path from the result and to the result is her. No matter how many paths connect to whatever other spheres that have also other paths or whatever else that you can take or not take or take another way or whatever else, you got to come to that one point, that memory. Yes. Now, traumatic memories, me personally, suffering from dementia, to where traumatic events in my life fuck with my memory. I'm just joking. But I will put things out of my mind subconsciously, so because it's useless. But sometimes those useless elements of experiences have to do with already established, powerful, and unconditional factors of my paths. You dig? And that's why it's going to take that faith and unwavering devotion and trust in purpose, in the purpose of life, in peace in itself. Do you got faith in peace or not, cuz? Because that's the number one question. And not just non-violence. And that's not what I mean when I say peace. Because without peace, there's no peace without harmony, cuz. Peace in itself is love, is power, is love and power, is light, is realization, is growth. Peace is consciousness, cuz. Okay? It's concentration. Peace in itself is what? Peace is everything, cuz. Together is what peace is. No? That's interesting how it's peace, as in like a piece, but a piece is all pieces. All pieces. Yes. Yes, peace is all the pieces, man. Okay? It's the part. And that's beautiful. That's the whole part. Peace is two-sided. That's why they have the yin and yang representing peace. Yes, it's two-sided. It's chaos and order at the same time, right? Because you can't have chaos without the components, right? And the components in themselves, out of order, is just basically a structure that is not honored, basically. But the structure is still there, right? And it's its own structure. It's a disordered structure in it being chaotic. Otherwise, what is it? It's nothing. You know what I'm saying? If you can't say what it's not, then it can't be anything either. Right? And you can't say what it is without saying what it's not. And so peace would be not disordered, basically. In harmonious sort of complementary exchange. You want to consider that faith and that peace. Right? You got to consider to yourself the purpose of beyond just your preference, basically. Yeah. That's the point. You got to consider the purpose beyond just your preference. Because even the people in control ain't in control. Even the people in control ain't in control. Even the people in control ain't in control.
You already know certain things already. So the first issue with an issue of controversy is the status. That means, who are you? Are you a party to the matter? Not only, who are you? The party. Oh, you're Russian? Oh, no problem with that. Where's your documents that say it? Not your mouth. That's how you challenge jurisdiction. You don't say, I challenge the jurisdiction. You because nationality is where the birthright is. And for the law to be governing you, then you must be part of a nation. Am I correct? Then if you say if you're Russian, you're not saying that you're what? Asiatic? Because we're all Asiatic. But that's not the point. Russia is a part of Asia. Am I correct? Yes. Below it is India. Am I correct? Which ain't India. That's Hindustan. Right? Yes. Am I correct?
Yes.
Oh, and so, where's your nationality card? So how you gonna be talking the law of a land that gives authority, and you haven't even proven who you are? Because this is a jurisdiction of diversity.
Why do you have to prove who you are? You have God-given birthright.
Can I go to Russia? Can I go to Misraim? Can I go to Saudi Arabia? Can I go to different parts of the world, many where I'll be accepted as one of the people, unless by accent or by culture, they recognize that I come from another area? Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And start demanding issues of law, and I haven't proven who I am? The first issue is status. Who am I? So now we've established who we are, right? Just like if we're coming in the issue of controversy, right? Just well, as an example, just like say for instance in any issue of a legal or lawful issue, when you present yourself, that's really status, although they've corrupted it. So you present yourself. Now the reason why, quote unquote, as it has been in United States processes of law, why Negroes, blacks, and coloreds could not represent themselves in court because Negro, black, and colored are corporate fictions. And if the person agreed that they are that, then, they have a right to make that contract. See, because government's not there to interfere with your right to make contract. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you claim to be something that someone else coined to name their chattel, and you agree to that, logically you come under Christian Black Code 1724, and it's no problem because you agree to that. Because there's no such people listed on this planet anywhere in the human family. Does not exist. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So, but there are laws that regulate such chattel or such things. Can't call it human because it's not part of the human family. Never made a law, contract, constitution, so therefore you cannot bring it before a free national court and argue issues of law because it doesn't apply to it. Now, because a person agrees to be it, that's on them. If they're ignorant of their birthright, whether somebody took it from them or whether they agreed to it, both the effect is the same. Now, of course, you can get maybe the family that enslaved their family line to come up and speak for them because they can't speak for themselves because they're barred from law. They're in a position of no judicio standi, have no standing in law. Of course, if they don't know that, and then somebody gives them, on this other hand, some documents that make statements about law that really sound, this is really deep. And he's really got to do this. He got to give me a sandwich according to this. And you start arguing all that. Oh yeah, I got this. Just wait till I tell him he's got to give me a cheese sandwich. Oh, and you talking big stuff and they still take you to some fraud jurisdiction you ain't figured out because you agreed to be Negro, black, and colored because they have no standing in law. This is the reason why they want to hide the Morse connection, because the United States Republic came out of the dissolution of the Moroccan government here, United States of Morocco. Do you understand?
Consider the purpose beyond just your preference. Because even the people in control ain't in control. Even the people in control ain't in control. Even the people in control ain't in control. And how can they even be in control? By us enabling them to control us is how the only way that they can be in control, or there can be any control outside of the original and purposed order. And how are we allowing ourselves to be controlled? By feeling like we got whatever the fuck figured out. Right? When you are wrong, you're right for now, but you are also wrong. Even if you're however right you might be, you're also wrong too. And you're more wrong feeling like you're either of them. Right? Because there is someone to say outside of you. There is someone to say outside of you. When it comes to you, as far as what you will say as a response, that's when you let your actions speak. And so that's one thing that's basically will guide you through that. If it's any time you find yourself explaining or justifying, right? Because that's that justification, is that discernment, which is that fear area. Justifying your opinion, basically, justifying your own understanding, justifying your intention and preference, basically. Your right to your will, basically. And anytime you find yourself explaining that, as opposed to it already being clear based on what it is that you're doing, enough until it can become either more clearer or less relevant, then that should tell you in itself that it's being approached incorrectly. You know what I'm saying? That's why people ask you, oh, what is your religion? What side are you on? Like, nigga, today I feel like this, nigga. What is you asking me? What did God say? Oh, shit, they say God said this. You heard that, no? Oh, okay, basically, well, shit, I could be an atheist, but I'm not gonna say that about that. Well, that's why I'm gonna ask you about what it is what your faith is, because I want to see if you actually even believe it's a God. Because if it's, you know what I mean? That's the whole part. That's really what you're asking. Do you believe in God or not? Not really. What religion are you? But they don't say, do you believe in God? Because that would kind of insinuate that they probably might not or not. Or they would expect for you not to, or that you shouldn't or should. But that's really what you're asking. But that's not what people ask. That's not what people ask. They ask, what side are you on, basically? I'm on God's side, whatever side that is. Whatever God is. And whatever that means to you, you can show me, but you can tell me, good. It's going to definitely take us working together regardless. Towards what's best for all of us. Okay? Now, if you got a question as far as that's concerned, then by the time you would even think to ask me, it's going to be answered, nigga. Just by however it is that you know me or are associated with me or whoever else. But that's not the questions you're asking because of that confusion, right? That blindness through the confusion. No, I'm saying if it's a question that you have that you want to present or anything you would have to say, right? An explanation as to how we can work together towards what's best for everybody on earth. Then by the time you would even think to say it out loud, the reason to say it would disappear. Right? You would just start doing whatever it is that would be best to do. And then I would see you doing that and I would start doing whatever it is that's best to do. Now, what might happen is, you might walk away from me and we went somewhere together. You might think of what to do, like go plant a fucking seed somewhere or pick up some litter off the riverbank, nigga. And you walk away from me. I'm like, hey, where you going? Oh, I'm about to go clean up the river. You don't even ask me if I want to come because you don't want to have to pressure me or whatever the fuck. But if, nigga, I'm about that life, I'm like, yo, for sure, I ain't gonna tell you, I'm gonna just follow you. We gonna go clean that shit up. By the time we probably gonna be too late to pop up, nigga, in a canoe. Nigga, we gonna hop in a canoe with them two broads. It's gonna be destiny, cuz. We gonna unlock a new path, a couple new paths if we lucky that day. And even that ain't gonna take no words or explanations or justifications. And it's gonna open thousands of other paths just from that happening. Guaranteed. Trust me. So that's what I'm saying. Like, what do I want? It's like that's the number one question you have to ask yourself, because that has to do with everything that's going on as far as even what's even effective in your life. Truthfully speaking, if it's not nothing that you want, then it won't be going on. But if it is involved with what you haven't even decided completely in your life, then it may be something you're subjective to, because of course that's still that arrangement that you've yet to do. If it's not nothing that you don't want, then it will not be happening in your life. But if you not have arranged your decisions and activities as well as what it is that you've concluded on, then you might be subjected to it. But you still have that to do, which we all have to do. And it has to do with finishing what we start and that root work, basically. They say it's cycles of 7 years of our life also. Every time we turn 7 is another completion of the cycle. So when you add 13, because the year 7, okay, you get up to 7, you start at year 8, that's year 1. And they say that's the most formative years of your life. The most formative year of your life, or the year where you're most yourself, is age 7. At age 7 is who you are. Now, whatever happens after that is what happens after that. Whatever happens up to that is rehappening through cycles of 7 years throughout your life. Right now, that is that root work. That's that path work that tree is in place for. Okay? Psychologically speaking. Okay, so yeah, that right there though. Now, how do you connect it? Well, see, that's a whole nother conversation. As far as the years to the spheres and the paths to the choices and the traumas, that's why you would need to know why there's a path from 5 to 3 and 3 to 5. right? Because it's the same path from 5 to 3 is a different path coming from 3 to 5, right? It might even be called something different, right? And now is that the mirror flip of the tree, depending on what direction you're coming from and going to? I don't, shit, man, that's not nothing I'm clear on, but there actually is an answer for you, understand? Right? And until I answer that question to myself, ain't no telling how my unawareness of what has already been established as well as certified 3 times over, proven 3 times over through generations of blood, how that affects or doesn't affect whatever simple decisions I'm making in my life or think that I'm making. It's the facts, because time is getting closer and closer. So that means we're not going to catch up with what niggas had more openness to do because it wasn't so much commotion. It was less chaotic, less confused, even though it was more confused because, of course, they started down the wrong path to begin with and started developing in an incomplete way to where it's just time has been getting shorter and shorter since time was created. Point is what? Finishing, getting back to what it is that you want. Because you can feel like you want things, but what you want is always going to be based on conditional circumstances surrounding what it is you think is possible or the best choice to make or route to take, method to entertain. But your understanding increases, right? Through what should be faithful actions. They say faith without works is dead. So either you're acting in faith or you're acting outside of faith, which that is the very Jewish as well as Hebrew definition of to sin, which sinning would be evil, which would be evil is sinning, right? There's no evil without sin, right?
Yeah. You see, because even the worst got the best in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a question of whether it's cultivated and accented. And it goes the other way. Even the best, Martin King, he got the worst in him too. He got the worst. You ask some of the sisters now, he ain't true that you can be a truth teller. People say, well, it's true that I acknowledge that Biden is enabling genocide. He denies that it's genocide, which is a lie. It is genocide, but I'll vote for him anyway for these reasons. Well, at least they telling part of that truth and they moving on. But when it comes to black leaders can use one word that they disagree with. They remember that for 25 years.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Innocent folk getting killed with 2,000-pound bombs. I mean, so that your point about the double standards and the hypocrisy is real. But I would say this, though, brother, that in the end, though, it really has to do with what kind of human being you're really choosing to be. Back to philosophia, philosophy, the love of wisdom. And one of the first things the love of wisdom accents is virtues, not just values. Virtues are much deeper than values because that has to do with something you deeply inculcate in your behavior habitually. And the enabling virtue of any other virtue is courage. If you're a coward, you ain't gonna be of too much use for good. In the Christian scripture, be not afraid 365 times. Because God can't use no coward.
Yes, sir.
If you're a coward, the devil just break dancing, smiling. Come on. You who I work with.
Yes, sir.
You see. So then beyond the courage, though, you got to have compassion. Because the gangster could have, and the mafia could have folk who are courageous. And I give them credit. They taking a risk. Very much so. But then the question, fight. Fighting for what? Fighting against my people. Fighting against poor people. Fighting against working people. No. You got courage. You ain't got no compassion. You see. So you got to have courage with that spiritual and moral dimensions. Then you got the courage and compassion together. We right back to the radical love and the radical freedom. You see. That's what makes a freedom fighter. Bernice Reagan just died just today. She was founder of Sweet Honey in the Rock, one of the closest artists working with Martin King and Snick and James Lawson Jr., who just died here in L.A., 95 years old, worked with Martin. You see, Bernice Reagan was a great artistic freedom fighter. She was a protege of Fannie Lou Hamer. You see, she had courage, she had compassion, she had style, and then she's artistic genius. Now, everybody ain't gonna be an artistic genius. You know what I mean? You tell the sisters you want to sound like Aretha, you know, don't hold your breath, but go on and work it out. Yeah. Find your voice, do what you can do, but probably ain't gonna be Aretha. That's all right. Don't worry about it. Most of the brothers ain't gonna be Luther. You know what I mean? But go on and raise their voices. But they know it's courage, compassion, undergirded with radical love and freedom, radical freedom and love. Then you got something really worth dying for. And that's the history of our people at our best, at our worst.
Yes, sir.
And it's in your generation, and it's in my generation. It's in you, it's in this brother, and it's in me. And the question is, how do we allow it to be manifest?
Yes, sir.
This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. That's Fannie Lou. That's Bernice Reagan.
Yeah,
that ain't just a song. Because we living in some grimness and some dimness. What kind of light is going to be shining? The courage and the compassion, the truth telling, the unsettling, the unnerving, and the unhousing that we started this conversation off with, though.
Point is what? Finishing, getting back to what it is that you want. Because you can feel like you want things, but what you want is always going to be based on conditional circumstances surrounding what it is you think is possible, or the best choice to make, or route to take, method to entertain. But your understanding increases, right? Through what should be faithful actions. They say faith without works is dead. So either you're acting in faith or you're acting outside of faith, which that is the very Jewish as well as Hebrew definition of to sin, which sinning would be evil, which would be evil is sinning, right? There's no evil without sin, right? But until they become sins, they don't have to remain evil thoughts, but a sin is always going to be evil. Even if the person who sins repents and their soul is redeemed, that sin will always be evil. Which is why they tell us to hate the sin and not the sinner. You understand? But evil in itself is to act outside of faith. To act inside of faith, then you are actually taking proper actions towards a purposeful experience and involvement. Anything else is automatically sinning, right? And those sins last forever. That's how you get Cthulhu, who exists whether you believe in him or not. Because those sins are eternal, just like those thoughts are eternal. Yes, but the same thought is also not only infinite, but it is limitless. The same thought is also not only infinite, but it is limitless. Which is why you want to keep it in the thought realm, right? Because actions based on emotions are not going to be centered in faith. There are no emotions. There are no emotions in the center. Even the will itself is in the center. The memory in itself is in the center. Okay? The passion and desire is in the center. The passion and desire is in the center. The fear and all them other things is on the sides. So what's in the center is that faith. And you want to be centered in faith and what are actions you taking. You know, I sin often. I recognize sin. But until I start sinning, nigga, more than I'm not, then I'm not going to recognize as much as we all deserve to. But the problem is, we may not have even never recognized it correctly. We might be seeing something as righteous or proper that's not, you know, or we might forget our place basically, you know. We might be taking the result as the actual source, when what's going to be the determining factor is going to be that heart, that will, and aligning your will, which is your right to do whatever it is you choose to do. Your power in itself, you don't have no power without your own will, whether even if it is to think of something to say or a way to manipulate your environment, whether it be physically or through words in itself, because it's basically, for the most part, manipulation is going to come from words. Even your actions are going to be connected to your words, but it's going to take those words, especially to manipulate whatever else. It's going to come down to words eventually, right? Because the true manipulation is to confuse someone else or to influence, concentrate another person's confusion intentionally, so that they are making decisions without you having to force them to in your favor, based on what they think something may be, based on your understanding and expectations of what they will choose in reference to what is available for them to choose, or what you can see based on your experience is available for them to choose. But it's still up to them to do what it is that they would do. Right? Even if they would do something, they have to be true to themselves or not. Now, sometimes not being true to yourself will show you your truer self. You know what I'm saying? You don't do some stuff that you would naturally do. You realize you probably shouldn't naturally be doing that. And you was only doing that in defense, so as to protect your identity, which that's the ninth sphere in itself. Also, on top of the memory is the identity. Right? So, what it is that you want is all going to be connected to that. Okay? Based on what is that you have done, what has been done to you, is all going to influence what you want. Right? But one thing to remember is, why should what you want matter? Well, because of course it can. That's the gift God gave you, is experience, it's joy, it's happiness, right? It's peace of mind. And peace of mind takes contentment, it's happiness, right? Security. But they don't take only that. Well, rather security and contentment, security, true happiness is not nothing that anything is going to give you. That's going to take actions in itself. That's going to take decisions in itself, right? That's going to take realization, right? That's all spiritual. It has to do with what you do, not what you have. It's not actually anything to have, happiness. It's something to be, right? Joyous is something to be, not to have joy. You have to get to that point in your heart. And it shouldn't take anything outside of yourself, but anything that you do relate to is going to be an extension of yourself. And so that's why that inner work is important. About as far as what it is that you want, that's going to have to do with your state of mind, right? So that's the first thing, the first order of business is your state of mind. Because what you want changes. What you want is to be clear. Right? Who doesn't want to be clear? Anybody who would prefer and is wanting to not be clear, as in confused, as far as like, you know what I'm saying, is someone that already have an issue. It's someone that already is justifying their own selfishness, basically, and prejudices, prejudgments. Yes, it's justifying their own guilt, shame, grief, whatever. Their own emotions, basically, whatever emotion it is. They're seeing how they feel as more important than what is the true significance of their involvement, which is to contribute to the harmony. Okay? Because no matter what, or how much you win, it's going to take incorporating others or not. sooner or later.
From here to equality, which is the most powerful text that I know in defense of reparations, from here to equality, it's a co-authored text. It's a powerful text. But people say to me, well, you know, what does that mean somehow that you going tribal with black folk? No, I'm committed to truth and justice. I begin on the chocolate side of town, and I want to make sure that black people are treated fairly and justly, just like anybody else. And so that for me means that we've got them, and we don't need any more reparations, commissions, and investigations. We've had enough of those. We need will. We need to be willing to act. We need to be willing to execute. Now, if we don't have the power, then we have executive orders because you don't have enough power below. But if you're actually in a powerful position, you authorize it yourself and see how far it goes. But it's in the name of truth and justice, in the name of a people's humanity, dignity, and labor that has been so thoroughly called into question every generation for the last 400 years. But my program is very much one of abolition. You see, abolition has always been the main theme of the Black Freedom Movement. The abolition of slavery, that Douglas and Tubman. The abolition of Jim and Jane Crow, that's Ida B. Wells. I want the abolition of poverty. I want the abolition of homelessness and unhousing. I want the abolition of unsafetyness in our communities. How do we come up with systems of public safety so that people can walk the streets without fear? One way you do that is make sure people have the right to housing, a right to health care, make sure that people have basic income, access to resources, then the flourishing of the small businesses. In a capitalist society in which we live, even though 80% of the economic activity is small business, everybody talks about the monopolies and oligopolies because they have the most wealth and the most power. You see? So how do you get them to not just share the wealth, but how do you democratize their power? See, that's the big move, because they'll cut your neck off for that. But they can't cut your neck off of thousands and thousands and thousands of folk. That's why you have to have a movement. You can't be out there by yourself. But, and the same is true in terms of being an anti-imperialist. I know this is coming to the end, but see, I want to head the American empire in order to dismantle the American empire. See, we got 800 military units around the world. We've got 130 special operations activities in over 100 countries. And 62 cents for every $1 in discretionary budget goes to the military. So you basically have a war economy.
Yes, sir.
Basically. And the aim is to dominate every nook and cranny of the world. That's an empire. It's not a nation. It's an empire. And people say, oh, America's an idea. America's an empire. That's different than an idea. Yes, indigenous peoples. It was their land. That's what empires do. They steal land. They push people off. Then they create their own territories and they expand. That's what empires do. There's been 70 empires in the history of the species going back to our beginnings in Africa. The United States is number 68. And every empire comes and goes. And every empire usually undergoes internal implosion based on military overreach, corruption of elites, impotence of citizens, and looking for a tyrant as a way of restoring order. That's America 2024.
Yes, sir.
Right there, you see.
What it is that you want, that's going to have to do with your state of mind, right? So that's the first thing, the first order of business is your state of mind. Because what you want changes this. What you want is to be clear, right? Who doesn't want to be clear? Anybody who would prefer and is wanting to not be clear, as in confused, as far as like, you know what I'm saying? It's someone that already have an issue. It's someone that already is justifying their own selfishness, basically, and prejudices, prejudgments. Yes, it's justifying their own guilt, shame, grief, whatever. Their own emotions, basically, whatever emotion it is. They're seeing how they feel as more important than what is the true significance of their involvement, which is to contribute to the harmony. Okay? Because no matter what, or how much you win, it's going to take incorporating others or not. Sooner or later, right? We can operate in a way to where it doesn't have to involve too many people until it's more harmonious for others to be involved. But what is it that you have in mind, if that's the case? Because by the time it is that it can be what it deserves to be, as a universe as it deserves to be, then once that arrives, if you're not ready, it's only going to make you more miserable. You understand, when it comes to happiness. And that's what we see. You know, we forget, even if it is okay, you want to be in a better position, put your mask on first. Yeah, your own oxygen mask on first so you can help others. By the time you figure out how to put that oxygen mask on and it's working properly, nigga, you done forgot that that's why you was putting it on, or that was part of why you was putting it on and shit. Man, you so happy to be breathing because there's so much involved with, at this point, with putting that fucking mask on, nigga, you out of breath, lightheaded by the time you get it on. So you thinking to yourself, oh, I can finally breathe, as opposed to, oh, I finally got it on. I can finally breathe. Oh, and you're taking as much breath as you can, trying to get back right. You're not realizing, nigga, the people that need your help, that you was in a better position to help, in order to help yourself first for it. Two, rather, also, they still ain't got their mask on, right? And that might irritate you, especially as frustrating as it was to try to get that mask on. You looking at them, they looking at you. You might the first thought might change now to, fuck is wrong with you while your mask ain't on? You know how hard it was to get this mask on? Something wrong with you. What's wrong with you? I should let you fucking suffocate. You don't want me to have no air. That would have took me longer to put your mask on. Right? It's a part, is all I'm saying. Like, I understand, you know? Yeah, and those are sometimes the elements involved. You just can't lose sight. Once you get your mask on, it's not about helping other people so much, but we all people. And you helping yourself, right? So you're doing that not just for you. Automatically, whether you realize it or not, is the part. And that's where that clarity comes in. It's not even a second thought to say, okay, is everybody okay? Something has happened that should not have happened. We needed masks. I'm not necessarily in a position to be the fucking super savior, but is everybody okay? Oh my God. I mean, I've been in disasters before. I've seen to where I can be a help. This is my natural love. Natural just compassion as a human, which we have compassion as humans until it's distorted and corrupted. It's going to, before you even realize it, you're going to think to yourself, all right, well, shit, what's going on? I mean, just seeing what's going on, if it's still danger for you, it's going to show you if other people are in danger. Now, if it takes a conscious choice for you to help who you can help, that's something completely different. You automatically going to do what you can, especially just because it is you having to see what's going on. You don't have to see, but that's what you're there. Yeah, that's what we're here to do, is to see. And that's just the beginning of it, though, love. Okay? Because we on an airplane, nigga, headed somewhere good while this disaster's popping. You understand? And we all headed there together, and it's going to be people there when we land. Right? So, what it is that you want is clarity, I would imagine. Unless it is you want there to be an excuse for you not to do what it takes, basically, for all of us to be able to benefit for whatever reason. And that's something you got to be real about, right? And consciously decide, and not just let be, communicated through your actions. Because even if a person who is analyzing and assessing properly through actions, as opposed to what a nigga might claim, any person that's approaching and assessing and analyzing correctly is going to allow time. It's going to allow time, right? Not so as to take advantage of a weakness in the process, but so as to let whatever does end up being said not be influenced by faithless interruption. So that's that. And when it comes to those controlling us, if we don't decide to intend more completely, then we're always going to be subjected to, these subordinate and subjective components that we may not be so aware of all the time. It's no way for us to be, because it's age old, it's ancient energies, right? It's ancient programs in place that if you're not a lawyer, right? If you're not a political scientist, if you're not a physicist yourself, Gus, and a political scientist and a lawyer, you're not going to fully understand. And how long is it going to take to get all of that? And by the time you get all of three of those masks on, how exhausted you going to be? Yeah? How frustrated are you going to be? Maybe now you won't be frustrated, but that's still a lot of people suffocating the whole time. You putting all the masks on. And I'm talking about? And there's people with masks on already that know that you're finna be having to put masks on. Right? Walking around snatching masks from people who ain't putting their masks on fast enough. Okay? This is a situation.
Time will tell.
Yeah. But it does, my position has always been with Moors. We stand for the law. We really have nothing to hide. I'm just saying we have nothing to hide. What you're dealing with is a government of criminals that people have assumed, and even conscious people, to be the law and give them credit for that. Other deal is, as soon as someone comes before you and say they're an agent, or the United States this, United States that, U.S. this, and you give them the credit for being who they are without a challenge, which is the greatest mistake, which is what has secured the very corruption that everyone's arguing about. Do you understand? So I'm bringing you back to the importance of what that nationality card actually is. It's the beginning of the truth of the establishment of the truth of jurisdiction, which is a broad issue. Very broad, but it's key to the whole game. Because what happened is you got foreign entities who have been claiming and assured jurisdiction by acquiesced agreement and contractual agreement with people who don't even know that they're not who they say they are, but have assumed that they are. And so it had allowed them security of being in a seat and starting to make judgments over you. And you never question them. And they become secured in it. Meaning that you become secured in the corruption of fiction, of both fiction of brand names and a fiction of subordinate position. They become corrupted in a position of sovereign superiority and authority that both of the parties never exist, and we're both guilty.
So that's why it's going to help. It's going to be a cheat code, not necessarily a cheat code, but it's going to be very neutralizing and balancing and harmonizing. So as to always focus faithfully on what God wants for you. Always seek that. Seek first the kingdom, and all other things shall be added to you, whether you want them or not. Once all things are added, then you can best see what the fuck it is you will keep or not know. This is the wisdom in this. It's not so you can be cool or be right or be first. or be safe. It's not even so you can be peaceful. All there is peace, unless, of course, you break the peace into pieces by not seeking first that peace. But peace involves harmony, right? Now, harmony affords us clarity, okay? So, however you hear that, let that marinate for now. All right, let that marinate. What does God want for you? There's only one way to find out, and that is to ask him, ask her. That's to always keep an open mind to that. And remember that there's steps to take so as to be sure and to prove it 3 times to you. Or allow it to be proven 3 times at least for reference. You can't keep up with everything, but through those connections and pathways, which are other people in your life, for the most part, the opposite sex, so you can bypass so much confusion as far as these emotions are concerned. I'm just saying. Okay? It'll help you get back to not necessarily figuring it out to where you know that you know what you know, because you never know, but you can always do. And that in itself is going to make sense or not. It's going to connect best or not. And you can't really ask for too much more than that.